Hey, sorry, just wanted to let you know what's up.
The video's up.
Yeah,
Okay.
I put it into that chat yesterday.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay, leave you alone. Bye. Hello, Schnitzel. Hello. Hello, cutie. Schnitzel, you want a treat? Oh shit, where'd I put it? Shit. Dang, where's your treats? Shit. Damn, Schnitzel, where? Oh, here. Want a treat, little bit? No? You're hungry? You sure? No. What, do you want it? Okay. You want Schnitzel? You good, Schnitzel? Turn the heat on. How's Schnitzel doing? Oh, shit. Hello, Schnitzel. Hello. Hello. Okay.
At More Family Law Group, we believe that when it comes to family law issues, you deserve the very best.
You're fired from that job. What happened?
Well, I said that Jews were parasites and that they were controlling all the halls of power and they need to be fought at every level. And I also said how blacks were racially inferior as well. So
That's it?
yes, that was it.
I can't understand why that would upset people. And what happened next after that?
And after that, they just fired me. So
Oh,
He's so obviously the villain. Ben Shapiro, according to his story, sort of called him out and isolated him, and so it's the classic villain origin story.
Like he's that kid in Incredibles. Remember that movie?
Yeah,
It was
and now no one can have superpowers.
First thing, we're speaking with Ami Kozak, who's a great musician, great comedian, great satirist, and what do you call it when you mimic other people's, what's that called?
Impressions?
Impersonator. I love that. Is that a thing you were doing since you were a kid?
Yeah, I actually probably learned how to sing by impersonating other singers, and that's kind of how I formed my own singing voice. But since I was a kid, from the Catskills Borscht Belt culture, going up in the summers, entertaining my family members and imitating all their friends. Doing impressions of my grandparents, siblings, family friends, and jumping up on the coffee table. So that's where it all kind of started. I didn't really get into I did music for a while before getting into comedy, but in the past few years, been really deep into the comedy world and doing a lot of online content with comedy. Impressions were a nice way to quickly get these tidbits out there.
Let's watch your take on Tucker Carlson. In my opinion, your best work is Tucker Carlson. I think that you really got the dude, and you also show his nuttiness. You bring it out. Let's see Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes as impersonated by Ami Kozak.
You get fired from that job. What happened?
Well, I said that Jews were parasites and that they were controlling all the halls of power and they need to be fought at every level and that they never could be trusted and they were disgusting vermin. I called some of my colleagues Jew boys. You won't need to be fought. You're disgusting parasitic creatures. And that Jews effectively are just this parasitic force in our society that's holding white men back. And I also said how blacks were racially inferior as well. So.
That's it?
Yes. That was it.
I can't understand why that would upset people. And what happened next after that?
After that, they just fired me, so.
Oh.
And who likes parasites anyway? I mean, I don't know anyone who likes parasites. I had a stomach bug that was a parasite. I had diarrhea for a week.
It was bad. It was bad. Really. I remember it was... I ended up having to see a gastro who was Jewish, actually.
Oops, I guess they started and they finished.
Exactly.
And so you said all those things you said, but what are your actual beliefs? Like, what do you believe?
I'm generally a good person. I'm a Catholic. I love everybody. I want everybody to succeed.
Right, of course.
I certainly don't wish harm to any people. I'm not a violent person. And I'm just a regular, fun-loving guy who wants everyone to prosper together.
So, despite everything you've actually said, like everything you've ever said, you don't actually believe all those things. You are actually a nice person, like a good person, a tolerant, mainstream person, despite all the things you've ever said or believed, really like deeply held people, disgusting beliefs. Despite all those beliefs and all the statements and all the things you've ever said, you're actually not those things. You're actually like a nice, good person. Is what you're saying.
Yeah, despite everything I've ever said ever about anything and all of my kind of core beliefs, this is what I'm saying now.
So true, so true. You know, before we continue, I think this would actually be really helpful, like really helpful. 1 second. Here, everybody, watch that.
I like that.
It's the neuralizer. It erases everyone's memories from Men in Black.
Well, honestly, I prefer Men in White.
Right, of course. Me too, actually. I'm not sure, but maybe. One more time.
I just want to make this disclaimer, which is Nick Fuentes talks about himself being Catholic.
Mhm.
In many ways, he tries to represent some kind of religious veneer.
Mm.
Is this guy a man of God? Like, here's my question to people out there. Like, is this guy a person who, do you think he represents God? The way the profanities that come out of his mouth, the hate for women, the hate for blacks, the hate for Jews. Do you think that this guy's a man of God? Like, is this somebody that you would share godly thoughts with? It's like, this is not a guy who's talking about God. Somebody who loves Stalin is not a person who loves God. And Stalin, yeah. Go ahead.
He's so obviously the villain.
You know, the whole posture, the positions, the ideology, you know, he's clearly embittered, resentful, was cast out of whatever conservative punditry aspirations he had. He said so himself. Ben Shapiro, according to his story, sort of called him out and isolated him. And so it's the classic villain origin story. And now he's out to destroy it all. And seep in using. Oh, like he's that kid in Incredibles. Remember that movie?
Yeah.
He's the guy who like what it was.
And now no one can have superpowers.
I know you. Of course, you see they're alike a little bit.
Yeah. So Ben Shapiro syndrome. Yeah, wanted nothing to do with it. A lot of conservatives wanted nothing to do with it. And now he's like, so I'm going to destroy you. And I'm going to take my movement and I'm going to seep it into your movement. And that's why J.D. Vance is there fielding questions from one anti-Semitic trope after another. All of a sudden, what is happening? And people were trying to stand at the helm to prevent it from happening, but it seems like he's being effective. And the worst thing you can do is to try to, under the guise of not canceling anybody, under the guise of trying to not be a leftist, not have any standards or any judgment at all of anything. That is where civilization just completely collapses. Wow. Standards are the basis of it. You need that.
I like what you said beforehand. How did you say it?
that if you try to have a big tent and include everybody, that's actually the divisive act that you can have by not judging, and by not throwing out, by not, getting the garbage out of your system.
You can have a coalition or any kind of movement that unites with people who are completely nefarious and have an agenda that seeks to divide you. Forget if you might have disagreements in particular areas. I mean, I disagree with the Democrat on certain things. I also disagree with a serial killer on certain things, or a jihadist, or a pedophile. We also have disagreements. You can characterize disagreements a certain way. It depends on what the disagreements are about. Fundamental moral issues or policy issues. Both are disagreements. Don't be confused and conflate the two. Because if you make your tent so broad to include people who have not only different ideas than you that are evil, but really bad intentions towards you, you will self-implode and destroy yourself. And that's not a winning strategy against any other counter movement. If you want to beat the left, you gotta have a strong stance on principle, otherwise no one's gonna get you.
I mean, Kozak, one of the things about the groypers, that word itself, he gives me the heebie-jeebies. Just that word, groypers.
It almost sounds kind of Yiddish, like he's a groyper. Yeah, he is.
Groyper.
He's groyper.
When I came to Brooklyn, I was with the Minister of National Security. I came to Brooklyn, and he opened the doors to the hotel, and we were in Borough Park. First ultra-Orthodox Jew comes up, the first Hasidic Jew comes up and he goes, "Are you Shaflasha?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm Shaflasha. I love everything you're doing so good." That was awesome. My talk with the Flasher, you Shaflasha. Okay, but the Greifer, the Greifers. I mean, at the end, Fuentes is effective brown shirt. There's a thuggishness. There's a thuggishness in the whole thing. And yet, one of the intellectual powerhouses that used to be the guy that we looked to give us common sense in this world was Tucker. Boy, what a turnaround that happened there, right? That's also what's kind of scary, is that there's been such a hard turnaround. And let's the turnaround of Tucker is a guy who just he made so much sense. Suddenly he's talking to Kosharia. Oh yeah, Hitler was a misunderstood victim, and that guy Churchill, he was a real problem. He's turned everything around, and now he's being defended by all kinds of people. Let's take a look at your take on the Tucker Carlson discussion about Christians in Israel. What was that lady's name? Do you remember her name? The nun.
The nun with the mustache.
That's right.
I think George Stephanopoulos' sister, so I imagine it's
right.
Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, Sister Stephanopoulos. That's a mouthful. But Sister Stephanopoulos, she gave a totally pro-jihad interview on Tucker to the Challenger. Here's your take on it.
What is doing in the Holy Land? What's the situation? What a lot of people don't understand is they think Hamas is some terrorist organization. They're just a resistance movement. When they drag their own people through the streets and put their dead bodies on their family's doorstep because they're collaborators with Israel and they're resisting.
I mean, last time I checked, treason is a crime. I mean, it's a crime in this country, and you get the death penalty. So I just don't understand the difference. Really, I don't.
And look at what happened with the Nova Music Festival. I mean, the music was incredibly loud. It was EDM. And this is loud music. It's very disruptive.
Yes, very loud. Like really loud. I mean, and it could damage your ears, like severely damage your ears.
Exactly. And so, to my understanding, they made several requests to lower the music. They sent people over saying, please keep it down. The Israelis refused.
So wait, you're saying Hamas kindly requested that they turn down the music and they just refused?
Why? So they had no other choice but to slaughter all of the attendees. And it's been very challenging for decades. I remember in 2002, there was a 17-year-old boy who was arrested because he allegedly threw a Molotov cocktail at an Israeli soldier. This was a Molotov cocktail. He was making a mixed drink, perhaps, to try to offer it to a soldier. Sometimes, you go to bars and they light the alcohol on fire because it's fun to take a shot.
I mean, I enjoy alcohol, I really do. I shouldn't drink as much as I do, but I drink a lot, like a lot. I would certainly accept an offering. Why wouldn't the soldier accept a drink if it was being offered to him?
It's possible the Israeli soldier misunderstood that, but they accused him of throwing it and it lit the soldier on fire. It's something you can't just put out with your hand, but they arrested him. these are the kind of things that are happening. You know, it sounds excessive. I remember I was leading a group of American Christians, and I took them to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And
Wait, I thought you said that Christians weren't allowed to visit the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Tucker, we're trying to perpetuate a narrative here.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. I was actually genuinely curious there for a second. Like genuinely curious. I'm sorry. Old habits die hard.
Lay luck, okay?
You were saying, I'm sorry.
In Israeli society, the Christians are completely oppressed.
I mean, you're a Christian. Clearly you're a Christian. Why don't they let you be a Christian?
I don't understand. There's no freedom of religion. There's no freedom in our society to live as we'd like to live and worship as we'd like to worship.
And have you been able to convert anybody in the West Bank to Christianity?
Pass.
What's that?
Hard pass. Next question.
I love that. So I guess my last question to you, and I think where a lot of Americans and people in the West would be confused, is that, you know, we've seen a massive decline in Christians across the Middle East, in Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, even in the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority. We've just seen like decimated communities, like completely gone, and Christians just persecuted and slaughtered in mass across the world. And so I'm just wondering, like, what are your thoughts on that?
Totally agree.
So what do we do going forward? What's the next step?
You know, they've been trying to keep this story quiet, and, you know, I guess everybody has their secret.
Oh, I mean, we all have secrets, of course. I was molested by a demon.
Yes, and I'm a man.
I mean, it's not such a secret.
Hey, it's great to have you.
Is your name Brigitte?
Great stuff, on
You know, I didn't have to shave for that sketch, which was really
Yes, I noticed that. I was gonna ask you, I'm like, did you grow up, or is that a thing?
I kept it authenticity.
Yeah, so lies are being perpetuated out there, and anti-Israel lies. You know, let's turn around a little bit. You know, it's easy for Ami Kozak and Shai Fleischer to talk about the bad guys. But I think that you and I both have critiques of both the state of Israel and organized Jewry. My critique is that Israel has done a very poor job in making narratives that work. That's been one of my preoccupations for many years now, is that I'm concerned with bad, stinky narratives that just don't work. If it's Israel was born by the UN because of the Holocaust, you know, the whole Holocaust victim thing, the moral army. It's such a moral army. Such a moral army. Our army's moral. Look, we're trying so hard not to kill terrorists. We're trying all the time. We're so happy when our own soldiers die because we're trying so hard not to kill terrorists because that's what we're all about. I think that that's a stinky narrative that's weak. I think the most awful of all narratives, this is just my opinion, not yours, but I think that the worst narrative of all is Palestine. We're like, you know, we're against Palestine. So I a little bit want to copy you and be a great comedian, but I'm not. But you know, I want to, you know, I want to critique so much that Israel created the Palestinian Authority. Israel gave away land. Now we're like, I can't believe that France recognizes a Palestine. Well, you created it. You gave away half your homeland, your heartland. So, you know, I think that so much of what's going on today is the bitter, poison fruit of the trees that we have sown and grown, and there it is today. And I think that's also true. I think you probably have not a little bit of critiques for what has given rise to the Goifers, Fuenteses, Tuckers, and Mondanis in this one.
Yeah. Now, there's things I take away from what you're saying in that I always see that Israel seems to strangely and quite bizarrely operate from this altruistic posture, prioritizing approval over victory, and therefore getting neither. Because when you prioritize Western world approval over victory, you get neither approval or victory. If you prioritize victory and safety for your citizens and civilians over approval, you get a fair amount of both in the long run. Every time Israel does it in reverse, prioritizing victory over approval, they get victory, and eventually people have to accept that they're determined to exist and stay alive and thrive. And look at the difference between, for example, sort of Hezbollah pagers, Iran versus the operations in Gaza. Now, I'm not a military tactician, and I can't claim to know how things go behind the scenes in terms of decisions, what the restrictions are, what the limitations are. Obviously, Gaza is an urban environment. There were hostages throughout the last few weeks. It's different things to consider. But in terms of the world's reaction to it, the pagers, you know, people flip out. Even Piers Morgan's like, well, how do you know that people might have been sending this to somebody? Like, they still condemn it, but at the end of the day, it's all noise and static, and it just dissipates with time, and nobody screams about the Iranian strike anymore or what happened. And
And I feel like that's Israel asserting its military dominance, its moral superiority, and its commitment to victory and security for the state of Israel. When they go the other route and try to open on the news segments with how humanitarian they're being versus prioritizing their civilian population, then you've opened the gates to lose the argument already, because you can't claim on the one hand Hamas is responsible for this war and responsible for the well-being of Gazans, and yet we are responsible for the well-being of Gazans at the same time. You've now taken agency away from the very people who you're trying to make the case are responsible for this. And so I think they weaken themselves trying to take this posture for the West. And honestly, America's operated that way too. Often, I think since World War II, there's been these wars that are not fought for self-defense. And they've always animated this other mission of Operation Iraqi freedom to liberate the Iraqi people rather than American self-defense. There's been all these wars motivated by altruism and motivated by doing good for these other nations rather than for protecting yourself. And that's been a big problem. The problem I see that's very hard to reconcile is that Israel exists today with a lot of historical errors that were never corrected for. And so you can't go back in time and fix things that would make the situation today more safe. For example, post the narrative.
So I don't see good narratives. You recapture and liberate your land in '67. You're like, well, damn straight.
Yeah,
It's my land.
they didn't do that in action. And so, in a way, Israel pays the price for idealistic beliefs at the time in which we can use land and we can trade for peace. And there is this people on the other side that actually wants to coexist with us and have two states, which never was the case. But because of those decisions and because of, I saw your argument, your debate with Einat Wolf about, you need sovereignty and annexation before you can actually settle, and you were in reverse, kind of going sparring back and forth. It's an interesting conversation. But in a way, whether you look at this from the left or from the right, the status quo doesn't work. It's not so stable. On the left, their contention is the occupation is not sustainable. It makes Israel less safe. It creates this hostility. On the right, one could say, well, we have to make a decision here. We have to make either things officially part of Israel or not, because kind of just doing it without sort of government approval, and then you allow these narratives to, I think exist in the West, criticizing Israel for what the status of the West Bank is, leaving it disputed, leaving it
Right, and then you also criticize. Then you leave that in that dispute. You also leave, let's say, young people who are holding on to the mountaintops. So in my eyes, they're heroes. But then globally, they could say, well, they're illegal, and the state of Israel will be like, yeah, we got to crack down on them. Okay, well then you've left the world with a kind of confused narrative. Your own young people are doing illegal things. You yourself don't like it. They're holding on to somebody else's land. Like, which is it? Are they heroes or are they thieves? And when you leave it in the middle ground, well, people come to their own conclusions that are anti-Israel.
My general answer to that is I can understand people who criticize. I think it leaves it open to criticism, as you're saying. If Israel doesn't officially annex land that they decide to settle and build up and develop without making it part of Israel, you leave that open to the world as the point and say, what is it? But if you dismantled the entire West Bank tomorrow, if you kicked out Ben Gvir and Schmoltrich and you replaced them with left-wing hippies, nothing would change as far as the security of Israel is concerned. It would probably be in a lot more danger. If you replaced all the Palestinian Authority and Hamas leadership with left-wing hippies, everything would change. It's about marginal and fundamental issues. You can point to critiques on policy and settlement policy and the West Bank and Judea and Samaria and the status of such things, but that's not what animates the hatred towards Israel in the region. It's wanting to eliminate all of Israel. It's not the non-existence of a Palestinian state, it's the existence of an Israeli Jewish one. And that's my main contention. We can argue about the minutiae and the granular details of how to solve these problems, which are real problems, but the real issue is that there's a hatred for the Yahud, that there's this refusal to accept that Jews can exist and be sovereign here. And so,
And I would say, and there's another side of that, which is forcing people to accept that. And one of the things that Jews don't understand is you're not going to get buy-in from the jihad. You're not going to get buy-in. You're going to have to demand it. You're going to have to demand loyalty. You're going to have to say, this is the way it is. I'm not going to wait for the day that you recognize. By the way, there was another ridiculous thing that happened just last week. They caught on video, the Hamas faking the whole finding of a body. Like they found the body, buried it, and brought the Red Cross to help them unbury it. It was caught on film by a drone. And then the Israeli news was like, now the world will see what we're talking about. And this is such an important media moment. They'll see how bad Hamas is. Are you still trying to convince the world how bad Hamas is?
I would say if October 7th didn't do that, nothing
Right.
will, and then you just kind of know. They filmed it themselves probably. But, you know, when people are faced with evil, especially in the West, there's two reactions to it. There's confronting it, addressing it, and calling it out, and shying away from it, turning a blind eye and saying, there must be external factors happening. No person actually believes such evil ideas and wants to commit such evil atrocities. It can't be. There must be something else doing it. And if we can fix those institutionally at the abstract level, then people won't do that. Or there must be something Israel is doing to provoke such atrocity against them. Because how could people actually just passionately believe we have to kill the Jews? You know?
Also, anti-Semitism is a latent feeling. And sometimes when excuses are given by society, that feeling comes out. You know, anti-Semitism is not so far away from a lot of people. And when it's suppressed, when it's kind of looked down upon, so those feelings are put in their proper place. When they are stoked, and those feelings come out very strongly. An interesting person that you've parodied and who has left, in my opinion, in the last few weeks, left the headlines is President Trump himself. He's a New Yorker. In many ways, grew up and has lived with Jews, has made his money with Jews. And yet he has, to some extent, been overshadowed recently. I think his presence, he came to Israel, he gave what was like a vision speech, maybe a final type speech. That's what it felt like a little bit. And
It kind of looked like he was emceeing a shul dinner, but
right.
Whitcock, he said he wasn't great at the real estate, he wasn't great at sales, but he's good at this. Whitcock, let's give him the award, bring him on up here. And Miriam Adelson, what a tzaddikus, am I right, people? What a tzaddikus. She's Israel first lady. A lot of money, more than 60 billion, she's great. She built the new sanctuary, and we love that. Put her name on the plaque, a builder, you know. It was like he was emceeing a shul dinner.
Exactly. And then he went into like Israel will be strong. Israel will be good. There'll be peace.
You know, I appreciate the fact that within the MAG movement, as you're seeing these splintering fractions and fissures, especially with rising overt anti-Semitism and claims about Israel and Jews, like he draws a line. I love that he says, I don't care. I love Israel, and he stands by it. And
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
what we're saying. Yeah.
Right. Like he's been a little bit overshadowed of late. Let's watch some of your Trump stuff, which I love, which I think is really funny.
I think we're gonna take Syria too. Of course, I love it. All right, we'll get some folks from Deal, New Jersey. We'll settle it. Sounds good to me. That's why I call it the art of the deal. Sure. I was talking about New Jersey. Sounds good. Okay, what can I have? You want Montana? Booker? No, the state. Oh, the state. Okay, what do they have there? It's a beautiful state. There's not that many people there, but there's great skiing, great mountains. We could build an Israeli mall there. You can build a mall. We call it Montana Mamila. Sure. Montana Mamila, banana fana fafila. Mamila. Melania. Mamila. Great. What about California too? Would you like California too? It's a total disaster there. Under Newscomb, but you can take it. There's already a lot of Israelis in LA, so. Beebs, you can use your desalination technology. You could use that. And you can get all this water. There's so much water. That's a great idea. And what about Canada? Oh, for Canada, yeah, we could. Why don't we go split seats? Chetzi? Right down the middle. That'd be great. We'll make one part Canada, one part Canada. I like that. Oh, is it good? I know a lot of Israelis travel to South America. You want South America? Done.
Which presents the deal of all. Shop Lovers Styles for Love at Coach.com.
Kitchen Connection at Ace Hardware is informing with a builder's paradise. From specialty sauces and condiments, soups, pasta, syrups, and breakfast food, we've got it all. The Kitchen Connection at Ace Hardware is your gourmet food headquarters.
Programs are designed to immerse students in a particular topic.
It's really inspirational to see people coming together, combining their ideas, and working on a product that seemed impossible to me before coming here.
That's important. I think it's important to have some sense of humor about ourselves. And I think a lot of people don't have that. And it's important to make fun of ourselves, and it gives us a little, levity, and we have to look. We've been challenged, by the way, by Matt Walsh recently to look inward. I think he was right to some extent. To some extent, he was right. I think he has to look inwardly as well, right? Like when you have a huge anti-Semitism take over your country, you should look inwardly as well. We'll look inwardly. You're right. Maybe we make some bad decisions, bad narrative decisions, but you gotta look in as well. Like, is that cool? Like I don't know how you guys lost everything. Okay, you should just think to yourself, like, how is it that America is becoming an anti-Semitic, place? How is it that campuses have been taken over? New York Times, CNN. It's all in America. Go ahead.
Yeah, Matt's been getting a lot of heat. I think what his position comes from, emotionally, psychologically, is after, I give people the benefit of that always, especially if I'm going to debate someone face to face. Like I assume good faith, assume positive intent, you have a much better discussion. When I watch Matt, we're watching for like a decade. Supposed friends of people on the left and their colleagues in the Me Too movement, in the heyday of woke left absurdity, publicly condemn, disavow, make apologies to the mob, all this kind of stuff, which was just so nonsensical, so virtue signaling, and it created this culture of inauthenticity, of betrayal, of turning on people. Look, in the media space, the second somebody was accused of something, all these people publicly condemn, say, I disavow, even if they worked together for years. And I think Matt confuses that because he wants no part of that way of being, right? He has loyalty to friendships, he has loyalty to people. And now that we're in a place where there's actually people, I think, behaving with real nefarious intentions, espousing evil ideologies, or trafficking in confusion to launder those positions, Ben Shapiro talked about recently, sort of providing cover for that. The problem is, in the Me Too movement days, people were accused of infractions that were minor, nothing, and everything was considered an emergency, everything was considered a crime when it wasn't. So that when we actually see bad behavior on the right, say, people think calling it out with the same tactics, it reeks of a way of being that's very off-putting and turns Matt Walsh off to even doing that. So for him, it's like, if I have an issue with somebody on the right, I'll speak to them in private. And I would just say, look, I get that blood is thicker than water. Everyone's got crazy friends, crazy family members. You and I know plenty of Haredim at a Shabbos table who said stuff that we like. If that was on a podcast, that would certainly ruffle some feathers. But you can condemn viewpoints and ideas without having to go after personal people necessarily. You can even say, look, I'm friends with Tucker, we've had dinner together, he was at my wedding or at my kids, this or that. But these ideas and these views are really problematic, and I completely condemn those viewpoints. Or whatever. I think you have to be able to parse those things because you don't exist in a marketplace of ideas. He's not just a private person. He has a show. He has an audience. He's part of a media apparatus that's putting up these ideas. And maybe we can't police people's friendships and say you can never talk to this person. To disavow a person is different than to disavow ideas that the person is doing. I'm not even saying I know Tucker's motivations. Who knows what he's up to and what goes on in people's hearts. So I think Jews need to start focusing on what's true and not true, what's damaging and not damaging, calling out certain behavior without condemning the totality of a person with moral grandstanding. That's what Matt Walsh is up against, and feeling like he has to choose between moral grandstanding and inauthenticity and condemning personal friendships. And I get why somebody would be averse to doing that. I have personal friends. It would take me a very long time to get on a podcast and publicly do that if I knew them personally. But we need to be able to still criticize ideas because otherwise you're just as compromised as the radical left was in fake condemning. You're not.
I don't think it's hard to be like, I don't think that Stalin was a good guy.
Right.
He was actually a mass murderer and a tyrant of unbelievable proportions. Like, I don't think it's hard. It shouldn't be hard for Matt Walsh. But still, though, he critiqued Israel. He critiqued the Jewish community of the United States. Critiquing AIPAC without saying it. I'm asking you, like, if you had one critique of the American Jewish community, what would it be?
One critique for the American Jewish community that already kind of agrees with me. There's different facts. The American Jewish community is not one thing. But even sort of on the Zionist right and center side of things, they don't sort of care about the same issues I care about, and we're roughly on the same side. You do have to be careful with labeling everybody for us or against them in this environment. There is a movable middle. And I think too many people look at these figures in the media space as sort of tools at our disposal that can advocate for us or not. Never mind, he's off.
or a closet anti-Semite, there's nothing more damaging to lose the cultural power and effectiveness of real anti-Semitism than calling everybody the same thing. If you call Louis Farrakhan, Richard Spencer, Joe Rogan, and I don't know, anybody else, like if you call them anti-Semites, then it means nothing. You know, you have to be a little discerning here as to what your issues are. You know, Joe Rogan can step into dangerous pathologies because he's an openly curious person and happens to have the most popular podcast in the world, a massive platform. And so when he talks to certain people and things go over his head or get by him, that doesn't mean he's the same thing as the ideas that maybe are being presented to him. You know,
So
so
he doesn't platform a lot of, you know, he doesn't platform, you know, Yishai Fleischer. By the way, one of my critiques, I want to tell you.
yeah, but before October 7th, that our temperatures were high. Listen, Joe had Ben Shapiro on, Barry Weiss, a lot of advocates Jews, and he had on Roger Waters and Abby Martin. He had on all the same kinds of array of people. And I get that after October 7th, there was sort of a pattern. I think Justice Murray addressed it on the episode. And I get that. And I get that there have been people that I'm like, oh my God. But we can't expect from Joe to be the journalistic intellectual to push back on these ideas. We have to make the case. It was just like during COVID, he had on Sanjay Gupta to make the counter case to get the vaccine. And all Sanjay Gupta did was say, Joe, get the vaccine. Please get the vaccine. He didn't make any sort of scientific argument to the people he was demonizing on the other side of the sign. I think Joe is looking at this the same way. Now, who did he have on recently? Oh, and like, look at Coleman Hughes versus Dave Smith or Coleman Hughes when he appeared on Rogan. If Rogan had on a bunch of pro-Israel people, eventually, what we all just going to turn around and say, okay, he's back on our team again. I think it's a little through transaction. You know?
Your point is well taken. Your point is well taken. I want to tell you that I'm a little bit tired of American Jews defending Israel.
Yeah.
Frankly, I'm tired of seeing, God bless Ben Shapiro, God bless my friend Josh Hammer. I don't want to see them defending Israel.
What would you like?
Israelis, like me. I honest to God, I don't think somebody with respect, who doesn't live in Israel, doesn't have kids on the line, who hasn't been to the army, who doesn't pay taxes here, frankly, it's just like, I don't think you need to speak for me, with respect. If it's an English problem, we have the two people speak English, that's okay.
I was going to say, fix that and fix the list. Too many people out there speaking with the list, it doesn't work. And you see people out there smoking like, the problem with Israelis in the advocacy space is that they're Israeli. So you'll get on the news and say, what do you think about that? What, are you going to keep talking or you want me to keep talking? And you just wasted 30 seconds. So it's like, listen, you want me to, I did that. I don't have to talk to you, but if you don't want to talk, I'm going to talk. What do you want me to say? It's your show, my show, it's your show. And you guess, and now you've lost the argument because you haven't made it. Israelis have to work on their temperament too. And I think, you know, there's Israelis such as yourself, fluent in English and have sort of a grounded kind of hard line stance that I think is pretty effective, but at the same time, and are willing to say the things that might not be palatable to the West, but are nonetheless true. And then you have your Israeli advocates who say, it wasn't 300 trucks, it was 500 trucks that we sent in. And they can, we go to the sheriff, go to the sheriff, you see what we sending in.
You know what, but we have today I was filming with Knesset member Ohad Tal, and we have Minister of Diaspora Affairs, Amichai Shikli. We have others. We have great spokesmen. And just do me a favor. If I was an American Jew and I'm called up by Pierce Morgan, he's like, I want you to defend Israel. I want that American Jew to be like, hey man, if you want to talk about America and being an American Jew, whatever, I'll do that. But like, when it comes to Israel, let the Israelis defend it because at the end of the day, they're just closer to the issues. They understand the issues better. And I just, with respect and with love, I don't think Floridian Jews are going to do a great job defending me. With respect, I say this. I like them. I think that they're great intellectuals. But just like, okay, in any case, let's make fun a little bit of
the arguments lead the way. So whoever can do it, you know, you can make the argument.
No, not necessarily.
The Israeli issues, so the American audience won't know what you're talking about.
I think we have a right to defend ourselves.
Sure.
I think
But you have the right.
people have, well, I should get the opportunity. By the way, just to tell you about Pierce Morgan, I was on Pierce Morgan 3 times. Every time that I was there, people told me that, you know, I gave good answers and was able to defend. But he hasn't had me on because he prefers to platform people who will look more radical, more excessive, and not make the case in the comments.
What do you say? Everyone, you are now blocked. You are now blocked. Okay, I always said, and I said from the beginning, Israel has every right to defend itself, but also not really, because I want.
Making fun of Pierce is good, but let's make fun a little bit of ourselves. And with that, we'll finish. Let's make fun of Israel and Israelis. because or else, you know, we make fun of everybody from Trump to Tucker to Zoran to Curtis Lewa, and even I have a good one that you made on Kamala. But let's make fun a little bit of ourselves just to be equal opportunity. What is it? Vendors. That's right, exactly.
Drive luxury and performance with low payments at Acura of Glendale. Drive the new ADX for $379 per month. See it, touch it, and drive it home today at Acura of Glendale, near the corner of Colorado on the Green Boulevard of Cars.
Project, he's up with the building, after the unfinished building. So I still haven't received anything yet?
Wait, what do you mean? You see no payment?
Yeah, nothing came through.
Okay, wait, let me check here. You're supposed to have how much?
Yeah, it was supposed to be 7,000.
Okay,
US.
wait, so it's supposed to be 7,000. You need to send the wire information.
No, I sent all the wire instructions last month. I sent it several times.
Okay, so you send it to us, we have it, and we send it to you. Let me check.
Okay, but
Hold on. Yeah.
you said you sent it?
Yeah, of course, we sent it. Send it. We sent it to
You
you.
sent it before. No, I never got anything.
I have here 7,000 sent to Army Kozak, right?
Yes, Kozak. Kozak. Kozak.
Yeah, okay. Boy, boy. With the C. Okay, so it's with a K. You have to know this. You're going to have to call Duty who managed influencer thing.
All right. So can you resend it? Can I speak to him?
Well, no, not now. It's Hagin. Also, he's in Miluim.
Yeah. No. Should we say Hatzlacha? We should be successful.
Okay?
All right. I'll follow up. I guess I'll follow up next week.
No, maybe next month.
All right. Exactly.
Hagin. No one
Can you keep me posted?
That's not, of course. I don't know if I can. Somebody can. Okay? Okay, please. Kozak, C-O-C.
With a K.
You know, I want you to know that a friend of mine saw that and he's like, I think that's a little anti-Semitic. I thought,
I'd cut both ways. Yeah.
that's right. And I think you got a good, you making fun. Both of this, ridiculous lie that the state of Israel is going to pay $7,000 per pro-Israel tweet or whatever, and post. But also the Israeli culture and the challenges of Israeli culture. Let's finish up back, Ami. Thanks so much for giving us your time. You really put out a lot of great stuff. And literally, you are part of the content that I digest. Short and funny. And in many ways, the more truer truth comes out through humor. Let's finish up with the story of New York City Jews. At the end, I have a tweet that I want to show you that I put up this morning. And the tweet is here. Okay, and it goes like this. I wrote, let me just see, because it did weller than my usual tweets. It did quite well with a lot of reaction. I wrote this morning. The minute I found out the news, I wrote, Dear New York City Jews, not even Mamdani can destroy a great city like New York in one night. But the process has begun. Indeed, it was a great run, and you were a blessing to New York City. But Jews will feel less and less comfortable in the Big Apple. So do yourself a favor. Buy real estate in the land of Israel. It's good for your kids. It's good for your money. And it's simply the next chapter in our people's story. Let Mamdani be a messenger of a good but hard decision. Goodbye, New York. Shalom, Jerusalem. That's what I wrote, and I got a lot of engagement.
I like Renana. Actually, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Renana? At Jerusalem, I never lived large. I know. If you like Renana, I'm totally cool with that. It is nice there. Lots of green grass.
I hear you like dealing with the real estate brokers are a nightmare, just like getting your 7K. But there's the process.
I have a really good one. For you. Okay. But you're gonna have to pay top dollar.
Yeah. I can see why. If you look at history is long, the future is long, and Jews have been. I thought about this the other day. When you think about Eastern Europe, like today, right? When you think about Poland today, you think of not a Jew in sight. Like you think about what about Vilna? What about Vilna? All of them are epicenters of Jewish life and history. Right? You think there's no Jews in Poland. Oh, right. It does happen. Right. Things change, but
yeah, I saw Shabbos Kestenbaum was like, we'll be here forever. I'm like, I'm not not sure about that, bro. With respect, I'm not, you know what I mean? I have a Zionist hat, I know, I'd love to see the gathering, but like, just logically speaking, historically speaking, are we the famous Jews of the port of Aden? Are we the Jews of Austria, Vienna? You know, Austria was once a great intellectual Jewish center. It's where Freud and Herzl came from, you know, these great city. You know, are we there? Are we there? No, we're not there. We're not there in any serious way, institutions left. But yes, great cities become empty of Jews. And they change, they shrink, and things change. Could it be? Is it going to happen? Is it going to be like Planet of the Apes, where with the Statue of Liberty on the seashore there? How do you see it?
Yeah, Statue of Liberty with the hand, but it's like holding a Torah scroll, just like laying down on the beach. I think the big question over the last 2 years since October 7th has been, where are we in this chapter of Jewish history? Is this the part where it repeats itself? Or is this the part where something is different? Is this the part that we've seen before? Is this 1930s Germany recycling itself in a new form? Without trying to be hysterical about it, without trying to be paranoid, but also trying to be realistic and seeing the ominous parallels to history that have repeated themselves time and time again. Is that what this is, that we never thought could be possible if we grew up in the 90s through in the United States or anywhere in the diaspora, really in the West? That is the heyday for Jewish prosperity, acceptance, tolerance. The idea of Joe Lieberman becoming a vice president and maybe a president wasn't crazy back then. It was embraced and celebrated in a lot of respects. And are we past that point into this next cycle? The question remains to be seen. You fight the good fight as long as you can, and then you make some tough decisions. But having a strong Israel there is certainly something that's different now. And I think that's the big factor that's different than other previous instances in histories that we have Israel. And we've always kind of known that having that as the backstop can change the dynamic in terms of Jewish safety, security, and power. So of us feeling empowered to know that we have that there. But you never want to have that there, and it's really sad to all of a sudden feel like it's necessary to have a state that you know will protect you. Say what you want about how dangerous it is to live in Israel, or how things can be difficult in times of war and challenging. When I'm in Israel, I don't see hostage posters ripped down in the streets of Tel Aviv. I don't see this anti-Western sentiment the way I see it in Washington Square Park, where I see the average person walking around, an NYU student or someone with purple hair who's probably supported the idea of ripping down hostage posters. So there's a different sense of moral decay that you start to feel in the cities in the United States and in the West that I didn't find in Israel. And as much as there's people who want to destroy Israel all around it, it's a precarious, dangerous, vulnerable situation. When you're in Israel, you're amongst people who share a certain common, not just identity, but sense of morality. And that's the kind of things that I notice as a stark difference when people ask me, visiting Israel, you know, doesn't it feel like I'm certain and I'm safe? And I'm like, yeah, but I haven't seen a single hostage poster written down. There's certainly protests against Bibi, but there's not protests against Israel existing, unless you're really a hard journalist like Gideon Levy or something. We need to destroy it and see how we do, you know? I don't keep telling them, you know, but there's a few, there's crazies everywhere. But at the end of the day, we have Israel, it's going to be strong. I can't say the same about what's going to happen to the major cities across the West that will be very soon. But hopefully, like,
for them, they see Rome as the epitome of
Good evening, and
I'm happy that my son came back, but unfortunately, the government released 250 terrorists. Most of them, I think, to Judea and Samaria. I think that, you know, is walking. Yep.
coming together. I'm doing my favorite Naomi bag. That sounds so cute. Okay, I'm ready. Shop yours at coachoutline.com.
This season, I love finding little ways to make every moment feel special. It's all about
Let's start off talking about dating.
When was the last time that you saw people who strongly disagree about political issues have that kind of conversation? We released the Ben Shapiro interview. One of these anonymous rage farmers flipped Ben out of context, completely misrepresent what he was saying, and try and make him out to be saying that something that he was absolutely not saying. What these people tried to do to Ben is exactly what the mainstream media used to do to people that it hated.
It's so much easier to pull something down, to break something, than it is to build something up, to create something, to be a genuine work.
the White House meetings between U.S. President Donald Trump and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed.
Hello? Hello? I'm sorry, hello?
I'm so sorry. I'm not.
How are you watching this stream? Oh, I'm watching the stream. Watch it and then rewind in 20 seconds. Kirby just by himself hopped up next to Schnitzel. Yeah, he's still. Okay. boy, buddy.
talking about Dave Smith.
When was the last time you saw people who strongly disagree about political issues?
But it's been an
We don't
amazing.
spend our evenings like British monks.
No, that is true. British monks don't eat takeaway pizza. But anyway, it has been an amazing trip with some incredible guests. Look, let's start off talking about Dave Smith, who we recorded a matter of days ago. I mean, what a brilliant conversation, and props to Dave for coming on the show, number one, and number two, being all round good blood.
He was great, and actually, one of the things that I thought that happened is, when was the last time you saw people who strongly disagree about political issues have that kind of conversation on YouTube, on a podcast? When was the last time you saw that? 2.5, 3 hours if you're a supporter of ours on Substack, where you can see another extra half an hour. 3 hours of 3 people, 2 people, it doesn't really matter how you frame it, who disagree about a lot of things, having a genuine conversation the way you would do with your best mate in the pub.
We don't see it. And that is that is the beautiful thing about the conversation. But it's also, there's a sad element to it, which is we've lost that ability. And one of the things that made me really proud of being part of that conversation was that we kind of helped model a form of behavior, which I think we're in, not that we're in danger of losing, but that has kind of been lost.
Well, it's been lost. People don't do this anymore. So what you've got is, what we had was mainstream media, Kathy Newman style interviews. So what you're saying is you're a terrible person. Here's a quote you said represented out of context, you're a terrible person. And we went from that to what was an exciting moment in new media, YouTube podcasting, where it's like, let's not try and misrepresent other people. Let's just have a conversation. But what that's morphed to is, let's just invite anybody on, whatever their crazy views, however much you disagree with them, or don't, because nobody knows, because you don't challenge them and you never debate the issue. Or, that's one option, which is, what people like Tucker have been doing, with people like Steve Wentz, Darryl Cooper, and all these other people, in my opinion, horrific, terrible, and most importantly, wrong. And on the other hand, you've got, this fake conversation, debate thing, where you've just got 2 people going at each other and trying to win. And I've done some of those debates, because that's how those shows are set up. Right? But what I think, as you rightly said, we did is we modeled a different way. And I'm incredibly proud of it. And the person who deserves most of the credit for that is Dave. Because if Dave had come in here and acted like this was a debate where he was trying to win, we would have probably had no choice but to respond in time. But because of the way that he carries himself, we just conduct ourselves the way we normally like to do. And I think that's what we need more of.
We absolutely need more of it, because this approach, the approach A and approach B, which you've just presented, is ultimately a zero-sum game. You don't get anywhere with it. Okay, one person comes out and they're the victim, and you go, well, great, but where does that actually lead us? It doesn't lead us anywhere. Because one of the things that we know about our civilization and why it's in crisis is because it's divided. It is because we're looking at the people who disagree with us and failing to see the humanity. And I've had messages and so have you, old Dave Smith. I'm telling you right now, I like it. I thought it was a good blog. And
He was a good blog.
Yeah, exactly.
His crime in many people's lives is that he's wrong. But that's like, when we were in our 20s, that's what debates look like. There's 2 people coming together, having mutual respect, arguing the points and saying this guy's wrong there. That's what it looked like. Peter Hitchens debated Christopher Hitchens, 2 brothers, and they were debating in this way. That's how it used to be. And I just think the mainstream media forgot that that's how it's supposed to be, and then the new media forgot that that's how it's supposed to be. And I hope that we collectively, people who do this for a living, not just me and you today, but lots of people, take this on as an opportunity to go, okay, well, this is a new phase now. We can do this now. We can have the actual disagreements and debates out in the end. And what happened was interesting, because the day that we recorded the conversation with Dave, and we walked out of here feeling some sort of reconnection with the good in humanity, particularly, despite the disagreements we ignored. That was the day that we released the Best of Heroes interview, which we'd done a couple of days prior, which was a great conversation about Zora Mandani, about his disagreements with Tucker, about his influencers. And what happened with that interview is a perfect example of how the media space has become deranged as well, because you had one of these anonymous rage farmers on Twitter, flipped that out of context, completely misrepresent what he was saying. Sound good?
Jumping down on top of Charlie, the covering, because where we're at, it's concealment at best. And so I initially dove down on top of him.
Which is first aid, by the way.
Was on him almost face to face, and then when I was doing that, going down, I could see the wood. And so I immediately shoved my hand into the wood to stop the bleeding.
First aid.
Just trying to find the pressure, and it was coming out still. And I'm on top of it, not close. It was still coming out enough that I guess it squirted through my fingers, and I could taste it on my lips.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus, I just want to thank you for having Brian here today, and we
All right, folks, C-Shot Fly Straight here.
I told you to.
Songs that separate weekend public musicians from those who are difficult and get. I played thousands of solo gigs and we survived countries, rock, anthems, melodies. If it's the channel and it's good. But I also did the musician base. And now I coach musicians from all over the world online. Most of the set list is offbeat, but they always learn the slow songs that have big impact. This is getting money. So the original key of and three is in G, and so is the G, B7, C, and C minor. And it's pretty much like that the whole way through. The strumming pattern that I use for this song is down, down, up, down, 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 up, down, down, down.
Jews who run into the streets as I am in order to break it all down, I'm joined by Marco Pfizer, co-founder of the Female Security Initiative, Rayzan Shalani, Naomi Khan, director of the International Division of Regabin, former Mayor Timo Furai, and Anton Goodman from Rapids for Human Rights. Let's get started. So Naomi, I'm going to start with you. I want to talk about the numbers. The Defense Ministry says that there were 675 incidents of nationalistic crime by Israeli civilians moving into the Lansing area in 2024, and already there have been over 700 this year alone. If you look at the UN numbers, we're talking about more than 1,400 incidents that they are tracking in 2024, and continuing to this year being the highest level since the time we started tracking. Why is there, first of all, such a big gap between these two data sets? And second of all, what is the real picture that's happening on the ground? So first, so that there's no misunderstanding, there is such a thing as violence in the Jewish sector in the area. It is abominable, it is abhorrent, it is illegal, it should be treated within the full extent of the law. That being said, there's a disparity of almost 300% between what Israeli official sources count as events and what the United Nations publishes. And it should be clear also that the United Nations figures have gone far beyond just a data set and an incriminating data set at that. They have had real results, practical results on the ground for at least the past 2 years and before that as well. So we began to ask what the disparity is, and we tried to get our hands on the UN data. We had to actually do some very interesting moves to get that data. But what we found is that of the 8,332 incident reports that are listed on the United Nations data set, the vast majority, first of all, 2,700 or so were actually mislabeled. They were acts of Arab violence against Jews. And of the remaining over 6,300 events, 95 to 98% of them either didn't involve settlers, didn't involve violence, or didn't occur in Judea. And so what is the number that we're looking at? The number that we're actually looking at over a 6-year period is 832 incidents. About 50% of those were apparently incidents that were not instigated by the Jews, but were in response. And that's still a number, leaves a number that is far too high, and that the Israeli government must actually deal with every possible severity. So, okay, I want you to respond to that. When you hear these figures coming from Naomi, over 800 incidents, and of course the UN numbers again, well over 1,400, 264 they're claiming in October alone. That's an average of 8 a day. Do you feel that Israeli society then is underplaying the scope? Is actually Naomi insinuated that the Israeli government is not taking enough action, or is it really like very exaggerated to focus on settler violence when we hear the numbers of Palestinian attacks?
Everybody deals with Palestinian attacks in response to kill 70,000 people. Yes, nobody deals with that. I prefer to say Jewish terror because it's not only sector. They get people coming every weekend from Israel. Maybe it's mainly settlers, but it's not that important. And it's not just people who want to attack other people. It's all with purpose to pave their lands. This is the reason why so many Palestinian communities forced to live in the last 2 years, but not only in the last 2 years. And all that is with full knowledge that the police and army will do nothing about that. I take Naomi's figures. How many of them were even investigated by the police? Called somebody to ask, not even going to the court. How many went to prison? Very, very confusing.
So let's give us numbers.
Just one more thing. The soldiers, nobody tells them that they have not only the right, they have the responsibility, and they can arrest people. How do I know? Like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, in the cabinet, chief of staff saying that he cannot arrest Israeli settlers, and it is not right. If the commander of the soldiers don't know what is the purpose of the army, how can I expect the soldier on the ground?
So anyway, I don't want to take too much time, but give me a percentage. What percentage are actually responsible? every single one of the incidents that are reported by the Israel police or the Shabak are investigated. The rate of indictment for violence, national violence or any violence in the Jewish sector is orders of magnitude higher than it is for indictment of Arab terrorism or of violence anywhere else in any other sector in Israel. So there's actually an overrepresentation and an overzealousness. Many of these indictments are eventually dismissed because they're found to be acts of self-defense.
Now, I do want to just highlight that there were more than 6,800 Palestinian attacks of various kinds that same year, and when you compare the numbers of Palestinian attacks, again, as you said, maybe they're being prosecuted more, and they own these figures show otherwise. Anton, I want to turn to you. When we hear this kind of number, 6,800 Palestinian attacks, when people immediately bring up the Palestinian attacks, and they compare the Palestinian to the Jewish attacks, do you think that's a fair comparison? Should we even be doing that? Are the Palestinian attacks rising and the Jewish violence rising commensurate? Or are these two separate issues on the agenda?
I don't see why we should ignore either of these numbers.
I don't really ignore them, but can we compare them?
Why should we compare? Why is it some kind of zero-sum game? That they need to lose more people, we need to commit more crimes? It doesn't work like that. Every instance where an individual is harmed is a tragedy. And today, a young man of 30 years old was murdered in a violent terrorist act in Gush Etzion. Of course, we condemn this. We cannot live like this. But why should we compare? Why is this some kind of zero-sum game? That they need to lose more people, we need to commit more crimes? It doesn't work like that. Every instance where an individual is harmed is a tragedy. And today, a young man of 30 years old was murdered in a violent terrorist act in Gush Etzion. Of course, we condemn this. We cannot live like this. But this does not stop you condemning the Palestinians who are the victims of Jewish terror across the West Bank. And so the numbers game, and I have to say, normally you change your tune quite often. A few months ago, you were saying that any talk of secular violence is a blood libel, as if anyone who's talking about this is
I have not changed my tune whatsoever.
but now you're aware that there is the violence.
We have never denied it. We've never denied it.
And then
We
you
never
said,
denied that there is
when you're
violence.
talking about the data, you don't have the data sets. The Palestinians I met this morning who were attacked are not putting a complaint into the police that too scared to go there. The police did not arrive on the scene. I've been on the ground and attacked by settlers, called the police 6, 7 times, and they don't come to the ground. They refuse to come. This is an informal policy of the Shai police as headed by Bencher at this time. And so data sets quite simply don't work. What does work is human compassion, human rights, international law, and other safeguarding processes to make sure that the conflict does not devolve into complete anarchy and people are not being killed on the ground.
And I think that really could respond, but I actually Malcolm might need to respond.
I and Rigovini, we conducted this research. We've never changed our tune, and the very first page of everything that we do says, yes, there is settler violence. In fact, there is violence in every human society on planet Earth. And that is not a question, and it is not something that we applaud. Quite the opposite. We condemn and call, and the question is whether or not this is a phenomenon that is indicative of some sort of loss of control or government policy.
And you're saying
it
it's not.
clearly is not.
It's clearly, how is it clearly not? Look on the last week on the ground. Look at the number of attacks. In Begley, the dairy set on fire. In Deriskia, a mosque set on fire. In Jabba last night,
And all of those
an unprovoked attack of 100 settlers. Oh, the situation's fine. It's not out of control.
Did anyone say that that was fine?
No, but
No, but I want to ask Malcolm a question.
Anybody went to jail?
yeah, was there one that was arrested? No one was arrested. These are
It happened just last night, so we need to see what's going to happen with that. But I do want to bring up exactly what you're saying, and Malcolm, I want you to actually respond. You live there on the ground, and you're also a mother of a number of children, and I have to ask you exactly what Anton is referring to. What are these hilltop youth or these young settlers that are going out and carrying out these attacks? Because generally speaking, this is a younger generation. What are they hearing at home, in their yeshiva, or in their WhatsApp groups that are encouraging them or even allowing them to go out and attack not only Palestinians, but also our own soldiers when their hilltop is getting dismantled? What is the education that's happening here?
So that's a very good question, and I have 2 answers to that. The first answer to that is they see that while Hamas is literally rearming itself in the same UN buildings that collected this data about settler violence, they are literally regrouping and regaining strength both in Gaza and in Judea and Samaria. And as we're recording this, they they are treating people in a horrible terror attack, which happened in Gush Etzion, and they see that too. So they understand very well, possibly better than anyone in the country, how important security is and how fundamental and how fragile security still is for our people. The second thing that they hear is, once upon a time, the communities that you came from were Zionist communities. They learned that you can, that the land of Israel belongs to the Jewish people, that we are here to develop a Jewish state, the normal basic things that Israel was founded upon. Now, you showed a video and you said at the beginning of your show, here's what Judea and Samaria looks like. This is what's happening in Judea and Samaria. That is not what's happening in Judea and Samaria. What's happening in Judea and Samaria is that kids are getting up, they're arguing with their mom about getting ready for school on time, they're getting to school, they're coming back from school, they're doing their homework, people are going to their jobs, people are getting married, people are buying apartments, people are gardening. That is what's happening in Judea and Samaria.
So, Anton, do you agree with this?
First, I want to say I am Zionist, and the first Zionist Congress decided what is the aim of Zionism. Decided fulfilling the right of the Jewish people to self-determination according to Mishpat HaKlal, according to the international law. What you're doing, in the way you left Israel and you live in occupied territory, and
the reason you don't live in Uganda today is because Jewish people know that their right is to the land of Israel. Otherwise, you'd be in Uganda right now.
You have to learn what is Zionism. This is not Zionism. But
Zionism comes from the Jewish people's belief and know the knowledge that they can I don't live in Israel. This is exactly right.
It's not in Israel. Okay. I believe more than you. Right. You don't live in Israel. This is why you want to revolt. You want to annex that. So don't tell me who I am. Now, all those details, when I was stoned by settlers, I tell the policemen there, you see, I'm stoned by settlers, and they did nothing. We know that. So this is why people don't go to the police. The police even don't have the numbers. Do you think Palestinians can go, the policemen go to Ariel, to the police in Ariel, and complain? They cannot go to Ariel.
Okay, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you said that.
Can I just explain something? The data that I'm talking about has nothing to do with Ariel or the Israel police. We're looking at the data that is submitted to the United Nations by the Palestinian Authority itself. Are they afraid to go and report these things to the Palestinian Authority? Correct. And we looked at those numbers, and those numbers actually are insanely misrepresenting the
actual numbers are much higher than what was reported. And I can tell you that because I'm seeing it on the ground. Let me agree with Malcolm. A large percentage, the majority of the settlers are normative people who get up in the morning and whose children go to school. But also, when you drive into Efrat, the town that you live in, there's a major sign at the entrance of Efrat that says, don't hire Arab workers, only hire Jewish labor. Racism in the middle of the town, which goes by without anyone saying anything about it.
Every single
I was in Java this morning, with a Palestinian family who tried to set their house on fire with children in the house. Where are your normative settlers to stop it?
I just want to say
houses on fire with children in them, and I don't see any settlers coming the next day and saying this is unacceptable.
I just want to say how glad I am that this came out. Because basically what we're talking about here is that we have two people who have spent their lives defending Jewish rights in the land of Israel. And we have two like Palestine bros. Basically, people who international community, you know exactly and you tell them Israel. We know exactly what's going on. I live in Israel, so you know I don't send my sons to school, and Israel is investing hundreds of millions of dollars in
Finish your sentence over in the box. Okay,
All you know is to decide. All you know is to decide. And then you say that you're not violent. You are violent.
You just told me that I don't live in
Okay, I want you both this conversation to, well, not from the conversation, but from this point, I want to move to Naomi for a minute to talk a little bit about illegal building, okay? Because yesterday, one of what caused the incident in Java specifically, supposedly, was a reaction to us taking down the unauthorized expansion inmate side, which in fact, even Minister Bezalel Smotrich said should have been done because it went against his plans. So I want you to explain to me what is happening regarding illegal building, both on the Jewish side and the Palestinian side. I know we're getting taxed those numbers. What kind of illegal establishments are happening on both sides of the equation, and how is that impacting the rise in violence?
I'm happy to provide the data. That is precisely what we do. That is our area of expertise. Before I do that, I want to just say unequivocally, there is no way, there is no reason, there's no excuse, there's no possible rationalization for, as a response to the demolition of illegal structures, for people to riot and damage other people's homes, or take the law in their own hands, or attack Israeli forces, or Arab. Okay, but we're going to have and stick with the number. 103,000 illegal Arab structures are standing today. More than 103,000 are in Area C, the area under Israeli jurisdiction. Those are illegal Arab structures. There's also illegal Arab construction in the Jewish sector. That amounts to 4,211.
Oh, we're so glad you're feeling better. You gave us such a scare.
I know, honey, me too. But I want you.
I think he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for having brought the hostages back. There was no Democrat who was going to do it. If you were concerned about what was on Hunter Biden's laptop, it still doesn't compare to what Trump is doing right now. You know, the real Trump derangement syndrome, in my view, is to think that the president's character doesn't matter. We're doing massive brand damage to our country. Very prominent people, from the president and Elon on down, treated it like the first shot fired in the Civil War. This was a highly asymmetric moment of political hysteria. It was their George Floyd moment, again, yes, without the riots and obviously. Before we had a vaccine, Republicans and Democrats died at the same rate. Once we had a vaccine, Republicans died more than Democrats. Rogan is implicated in all of this. Joe was a super spreader of those ideas.
Quick reminder, thank you to CyberGhost VPN for sponsoring this video. A top tier VPN for $2 a month. Click the link in the description to get their special offer.
And Aaron, welcome back to Technology.
Thank you. It's good to see you guys. It's been a couple of years, right?
It's been a couple of years. The last time we saw you was with Eric, so that was kind of different conversation. And of course, there was the time before that. Now, I wouldn't bring it up actually, but I saw you had a bit on your YouTube channel in which you addressed the whole Hunter Biden and laptop thing that happened on our show recently. So I have to bring it up because of that.
Okay.
Coming back to this thing, you make these comments, you know, they kind of blew up.
I never noticed anything. So sorry if that caused a headache, but you caused me a headache in case you forgot. So
how do you reflect on what happened?
Well, it's just in many respects, it's like a massive misunderstanding. You know, people are living and dying by clips these days, and no one apparently can take the time to view the clip in context. So I would think that a significant percentage of your audience, and certainly a significant percentage of people right of center, simply don't understand what I was saying on your podcast. And it's in their defense, I was speaking somewhat less carefully and clearly than I'm capable of. So, but I think in context, it was clear what I was saying. My position really hasn't changed on the matter, and I think, if you care about what was on Hunter Biden's laptop because it suggested some level of possible corruption for Joe Biden, as president, or as vice president at the time. So if you were concerned about what was on Hunter Biden's laptop because it suggested there's some level of corruption coming from Biden himself, well, then you should be concerned about the level of corruption that we know to be true of Trump and his family, right? And we've known this for years, and we've known it for, honestly, precedes his entry into politics. So what I was saying in that context is that I would be willing to bet that there's virtually nothing on that laptop that rises to the level of what I already know to be true of Trump and his family. I think I said I compared, it's like comparing a firefly to the sun. I know how the comparison can come out without even seeing what's on this laptop. And it was also a scandal involving Hunter Biden and what he did at a week to Joe Biden. And I'm still not sure if there's anything on the laptop that I care about. Certainly haven't heard anything that was dispositive with respect to Biden's corruption, apart from this somewhat ambiguous phrase, 10% for the big guy. But reading into that as a sinister practice if you want, it still doesn't compare to what Trump is doing right now out of the open. His adventures in cryptocurrency, his families. It is. If that were the only thing we knew about him as president, it should be the scandal that no one stops talking about. It's the most corrupt thing imaginable.
Sam, can I just pause you there? Because there are people who are going to be listening to this who maybe heard of it loosely, or maybe haven't followed the story at all. So could you just expand upon that and explain to the listener or the viewer why it's so egregious?
Okay, so right before he was sworn in, the day before he was sworn in, they launched their meme coin, which is just a pure mechanism by which people can give Trump and his family money directly in a way that is unaccountable, and it just invites, it's a pure mechanism for corruption and bribery. Right? Any grifter or foreign agent or anyone can decide, I'm just going to funnel money to the Trumps and tell them about it and buy my way into their favor. And Trump is so transactional, and he's done this so many times. Again, so much is out in the open, and none of this is a conspiracy theory. This is all proudly celebrated. He had dinner with the people who had given him the most money through this mechanism. And it's not the only mechanism. There's World Liberty Financial and their deal with finance, and we decide whether or not to give the UAE our access to our most advanced AI chip, and we decide to do that despite the fact that they do joint military exercises with the Chinese. And immediately $2 billion go from the UAE into Trump with our family business to store finance, with a World Liberty crypto coin. And there's endless examples of this. This is corruption. It makes sense in a transactional way, purely in monetary terms, obviously. But then there are other things like Trump imposes a 50% tariff on India because Narendra Modi declined to nominate him for the Peace Prize. Right? So he's using the levers of U.S. power as a kind of extortion racket with dozens of countries. Slapped a 46% tariff on Vietnam. What does Vietnam do to get that remediated? Well, they greenlight a $1.5 billion resort deal for the Trump family. Right? So this is pure corruption. And what's amazing is he's using the power of the presidency to monetize the offices. So he's using U.S. trade policy and foreign policy to extract concessions that redound to the advantage of him and his family and their friends. There's nothing in Biden's universe that rises to that level, whatever is in Biden's universe. I'm no fan of Joe Biden's presidency. I could talk, we could fill this whole podcast with what was wrong with that. But if you pretend to care about corruption in government, there is only one elephant in the room, and that is Trump.
The thing is, Sam, with the Hunter Biden thing, I think that for many people, it wasn't actually about corruption at all. What it was about was the cover. What it was about was the fact that the news story about the black couldn't be shared.
Well, we disagree about we don't really disagree about the optics of the cover-up, but we disagree about the mechanics of it. I think a lot of this was good faith fumbling around the story. It couldn't be characterized quickly enough And given what had happened previously, given that we know that Jim Comey's reopening of the email, the Hillary Clinton email non-story was decisive in her losing that election. We could just see the poll numbers go down by the hour the moment he started talking about it. That was like 10 days before the election. And we know this time around, Rudy Giuliani held on to this bombshell as an October surprise and released it strategically close to the election. I think there were 2 weeks left in the election, knowing that there was simply enough time for the Democrats and the mainstream media to have a spaz attack and not get the ground truth on this laptop. That, again, from my point of view, is what I said in that original podcast. I don't think it made it to that nefarious clip, but for me, at the time, and it still is, a genuine coin toss journalistic judgment about what to do with this story. 2 weeks before the election.
Judgment, yes, but this wasn't journalistic.
Okay, so
This was big tech.
well, no, so there
Big
was
tech censorship.
there was Twitter knocking the New York Post off for whatever 48 hours or 24 hours.
And preventing the story from being shared.
Right. That I think almost certainly is a mistake, however you look at it. And I believe I said that at the time. There were gradations of this. Is what Twitter did, is what the New York Times did or didn't do, etc. But I think it was, for instance, all those former intelligence officials who signed that open letter saying this looks like Russian disinformation. I don't think those guys were lying. I think those guys were genuinely thought this is completely crazy. We got Rudy Giuliani with a laptop he got from some computer store, and it's got everything. It's got the smoking ruin of Hunter Biden's reputation. This certainly looks sketchy. I don't think those guys volunteered to have their reputations destroyed in plain view of everyone, just to eke out an advantage for Hillary Clinton.
Why not?
Well, just who does that? Who says I'm gonna take my reputation for discernment as the former head of the CIA or the NSA or both. I don't remember the signatories letter specifically, but who's gonna? It's just not in their. It's not in their interest. It's not likely to be decisive. It's not. It's just, and it so obviously looked kooky, right? It looked completely. I mean, this does not look like a normal way you would discover the smoking laptop from hell. And again, it was simply not to have simply played connect the dots journalistically and even from Twitter's point of view, just lavishly propagating this information or misinformation into the earth at that moment with the clock ticking. Given what had happened in the previous election, journalistically, it could have seemed totally irresponsible. I mean, in hindsight, Jim Comey's re-airing of that fake email scandal was totally irresponsible. It's why we had President Trump in the first place. He couldn't have known that at the time, perhaps, but in retrospect, it would have been better had he not done that. So, I have to think, again, I'm not, well, the other thing was weird about that interview is people took what I was saying as somehow insider knowledge that there was this vast conspiracy of journalists and academics and scientists and media figures that we all met in a star chamber somewhere to keep Trump from getting reelected. I mean, if that happened, I wasn't privy to it. Right? That's not what I was saying. What I was saying there were a few places there where I went back and watched it and said, once this thing was detonating in my life, and I could see how radioactive it was being perceived to be. I had to see what I'd have to say. And there was at least one moment where I got interrupted and didn't complete a sentence. And so like my half sentence and the thrust of what I was saying before that made it seem like I was making a more extreme statement than I wasn't that making. So, but my views are unchanged from that hour, so I'm happy to talk about anything.
If you were interrupted, it was almost certainly with me.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I apologize.
It was, but
let me just recap the words. Just very quickly summarize what you're saying. So what you're saying is basically a number of things. Number one, journalistically, for publishing the story, you call it a coin toss. It looked kind of kooky, therefore, is this a reasonable thing to publish with 2 weeks to go before an election, before you could probably check it, etc.? Number one. Number two, you didn't agree with social media companies preventing the story from being published and shared, right? And you feel that if we're talking about the corruption element of it, no matter what you were trying to say was an outrageous example, is no matter how corrupt Hunter Biden turns out to have been, that will not be as bad as the Trump was. Is that somewhere?
Yeah, well, especially because when we're talking about Hunter Biden, I don't care about Hunter Biden.
Well, Hunter Biden did get a lot of money from the Ukrainian company.
Yeah. Hold that up against what any of the Trump has done in the last hour. So, I mean, it's just, there's just no, and it was clear they were already these people, like the first time around from years previous. There's just no, I mean, what the magic of Trump is that because he, I mean, the one thing you can say about him is that sounds like praise, but in fact isn't, is that he's not a hypocrite. Right? He's not a hypocrite because he's not pretending to be a good person. Right? He's not pretending to follow any of the norms by which hypocrisy is normally measured. Right? So, and what's the reason why this is a kind of superpower is that there's nothing more galling, at least at this moment in our politics, than hypocrisy, especially left-wing hypocrisy. So the moment you can find that, a Democrat didn't floss his teeth when he said he did, right, all of a sudden that's a 20 megaton scandal. Trump can just, basically like he's like the Dan Bilzerian of politics, right? Like there's no pretense of being ethical or monogamous or like, so I'm going to just show you how I live like a maniac, and you're not going to be able to measure any specific indiscretion because I don't view it, any of them as indiscretion, and they're not going to be. It all then functions by a different reputational system. So you find him to have done something that's 10 times worse than the thing you say you care about in on the other side of the aisle, and for some reason it doesn't register. So he's created a political culture, right at center, where the very concept of corruption doesn't even exist. The very concept of conflict of interest or self-dealing, it's completely evaporated.
So so this is one of the things I really am keen to discuss. Let's move on from the first podcast and what happened, and just talk about President Trump as a president, right? Because I hear this a lot. We posted that you were coming on the show, people message you, and they say, well, look, I love that, right? His reactions to Trump as a person, attitude to you or Trump as a politician.
Right? Well, I can demonstrate that that's not so, but what's upstream of that is a pretty important piece of confusion, because the real Trump derangement syndrome, in my view, is to think that the president's character doesn't matter. Right? He's the most distractible, venal, corrupt, self-dealing, narcissistic, self-absorbed, petty person to ever occupy the office. And that doesn't matter. Right? And the reason why his character matters is because he's got 3 more years in office. We have no idea what kind of challenges we're going to face in the country. But we know that all of his decisions are downstream of who he is, about the kind of thinker he is, and how he engages with information, and what he knows and doesn't know, what he cares to know and doesn't care to know. Right? So what does he know about Putin? What does he know about the Middle East? What does he know about China? What is going to modify his judgment about what he should do? And how will we bomb Iran if the mullahs have been smart enough to offer a golf course deal? I actually don't know. I think it's even bet that our policy with respect to Iran could have been different had there been a massive financial opportunity for Trump in Iran. But he might have had a Gulf Arab, autograph by an MBS by with the mullahs in Iran. But see the wisdom of that. Really big enough deal. I wouldn't put that.
Hold on, yeah. But isn't that a little bit unfair if you were judging somebody not on the things they actually did?
But look, I'm just telling you why you need to care about who he is in that person.
Okay, I understand. And look, I think a person's character really matters. I do. But I also think when you're evaluating the president, you have to look at deliverables. What are the deliverables? There's probably a lot to criticize. I'm sure you've got lots of them.
I think that's good. I have no problem saying that, right? So square that with accusations of Trump derangement syndrome. But, I mean, I can readily admit that that was a massive achievement. Whatever happens next, there's not going to be peace in the Middle East ceasefire. So I'm very skeptical and pessimistic about the outcome. But just that heat, getting all the women hostages back, was massive. There was no Democrat who was going to do it. President Kamala Harris wasn't going to do it. Biden wouldn't have done it. Many of his weaknesses as a president, as a person, translated in that specific area into strengths, right? His unpredictability, his unprincipledness, the fact that he could just throw over the chessboard and walk away for another year. I think he got more out of Netanyahu and more out of all the parties to that negotiation than a more principled, more methodical, more process-oriented expert on geopolitics you would have, very likely. So that's one area where the madman theory of politics, I think, works for him. Okay. And that's to the good. That does not compensate for all the other damage he's done to our country.
Okay, fair. I want to get close to this, right? Okay, I want to put some more to you that I would say are right?
We get Arsenal, which we can actually crush. The answer is always CyberGuard VPN. It's one of the most respected VPNs in the world, with 48 million users and over 20,000 five-star reviews on the top one, which honestly is pretty rare. Check it out now at cyberghostvpn.com/trigonometry. CyberGhost is crucial internet traffic to the provider. Your school or anyone's public Wi-Fi can't see what you're doing. It reroutes your connection from secure servers in 100 countries, finds your IP address, and keeps no logs at all. So no one will be able to track your online activity. It also unlocks regional content, 40 streaming platforms like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Disney Plus, and it works on up to 7 devices at once: phones, laptops, tablets, even your smart TV, so you can even share with family and friends. We rely on it when we're traveling to the show because it's simple, fast, and it just works. The best part is you can get on it for about $2 a month, with 4 months for free, 45-day money-back guarantee, and 24/7 support. That's protection of your browsing data, plus access to all blogs content on the internet for $2 a month, totally risk-free. Click the link in the description to grab the offer, or go to cyberghostvpn.com/trigonometry.
I can give you for instance, right, I was hopeful that you would do on Ukraine something that was a system, and I think Steve Woodcock hasn't done very well, but it's certainly dramatically. We haven't had any progress so far. I hope that changes soon, but the Middle East is sick. What about even with people in Ukraine? The way it's being done, we can have a discussion about, but it is the first leader of the Western countries to deal with it.
We can have a huge discussion about that. So the fact that the Democrats treated any concern about the border as a symptom of racism and thought that it wasn't a problem to have uncontrolled numbers of people just streaming across the border for years at a time, that was just a colossal goal that is in my view, it's politically inexplicable. It just politically suicide and critical. One other reason that is the reason why it's not about that. But I mean, I still don't understand it. It's stupid. It's unethical. It serves no real sane purpose. Right? Even if you want the same numbers of people in the country, because you really have to have an immigration forward policy, there's no argument for not knowing country. You should want the people in the country who want the country, right? People who screen out terrorists, etc. So yeah, it is true that the Biden administration tried to pass a bill that would stop something, and Trump essentially got the Republicans to block it. Because it wasn't Trump delayed progress on that point so that we could use it as an issue in the campaign. That was a cynical bit of politics, but still, the Democrats have totally won on that issue for years. It's strategy.
unforgivable, politically unforgivable. Right? And so it is with all the other woke derangement on the Democratic Party. The irony here is that there's virtually nothing that any super red pill MAGA head who sees there's no daylight between them and Trump. There's nothing they can say about the far left of the Democratic Party that I don't agree with and haven't said myself on my podcast. But it's not like my animus towards Trump is based on some sort of progressive blindness about the ethical primacy of DEI or anything else. But I'll remind you that we didn't used to live in a country where mass men who won't identify themselves feel decent people off the sidewalk and disappeared on medication, disappeared on a foreign country, right? And that's not America, and that's happening, right? That's totally unacceptable. I mean, it's Orwellian and insane, and it's insane that anyone has acted this. And it's insane that we've got Attorney General who won't answer questions when brought before Congress just is messaging to an audience of one and to her social media feed because of insulting senators. I mean, it's just,
Education and growth without complete For Braun Series 9 Pro Plus, you take one stroke, Braun takes 5.
All of this. It's so Hunger Games and bizarre, right? We've got a White House that messages on social media like it's the account's being run by 18-year-old trolls that just spend half the time on 4chan and half the time on the official White House X feed. So we got a president who forwards AI videos on fellow Americans, right? And half of our country imagines some kind of progress in political communication, right? I mean, this is the official, I don't know if you see this, but the official White House page that talks about the rebuilding of the plane of the falling. It's become a troll account where it says it's the history of construction at the White House, but then intersperses that with like Hunter Biden bringing cocaine into the White House with a shot him in the bathtub with a cigarette and Bill Clinton getting a blowjob from Monica Lewinsky. It's just an official White House communication to the world, right? This is not, I get that it's entertainment, right? But if there's no difference between the Babylon Bee and the official White House website, we've got a problem. We're doing massive brand damage to our country. That's what I care about. I care about what's durable here, in terms of when Trump goes away and let's say there's a sane Democrat or Republican next time around in 2028. Right? I don't see much hope of that. What bells can't be unrung in any kind of near-term time frame? What damage has been done that we can't immediately apologize for sufficiently such that we have a proper reset? And I think a lot of damage has already been done that's hard to recover from. We announced to the
world at a minimum. We've announced that, well, look at what Trump has done with the tariff policy, tariffing every member of our species. And again, based on whims and imaginary political imperatives that only exist in his brain and then in the brains of the people who tend to understand what he's doing because it needs to create a personality cult around him. No one is going to, everyone is Baghdad Bob and no one is going to tell the boy king that he's lost his marbles. But he's basically ignoring all of our treaties and our allies and our alliances in a way that it announced to the entire world that basically our country is, in any 4-year period, not be counted on to honor anything that it's agreed to before that clock starts, right? So with a new president, we can just completely reinvent ourselves and tear up everything. You know, every trade agreement, every expectation of an alliance. Are we gonna, if Poland gets invaded by Russia, do we even care about NATO anymore? Probably not, right?
See, this is the issue though, Sam. You're making like really good points that make perfect sense. But I'm going, but the flip side of all of those structures that he's disrupted was, well, he's actually got Europeans to pay for their membership of NATO.
That's a good outcome.
Right? He's actually
the old
last man dragging.
There was another way to do that, but
no one was. But isn't this exactly the problem? No one was. No one was.
No, surely there was a way to make the case that our European allies weren't paying their fair share, short of destroying our reputation for being the world's longest superpower.
Okay, but was Kamala Harris going to do it? Was Kamala Harris probably not? Was Kamala Harris going to close the border? I think we both agree she wouldn't. Was Kamala?
That I don't. I think they were trying to do that because they saw that it was a disaster. No, I mean, everyone could see this was a disaster. You get Elon Musk at the border with an own iPhone showing a zombie movie of people screaming across the border. It was a 4-alarm fire. Was it 4-alarm fire? I don't know what's the most number of alarm? 5-alarm fire. Everyone could see that they were going to. I think they were going to get a handle on that, but still, it's unforgivable that they waited as long as they did.
But this is why I disagree with you. They waited as long as they did because they're ideologically pro-open border.
Not the mainstream.
Like the rest of the Western bloc. All the left of center parties, they talk a good game, but they don't actually take action to close the border. Not least because it looks ugly at the right and left, right?
And I don't see why it needs to look ugly. Well, no, so the 40 million people is separate and close the border. So I don't think we should be deporting them. I think we should close the border and then deport all the criminals, right? But then you don't need this chaotic process. You don't need to say, if you happen to be in a Home Depot and look Latino, we might just bring you to the ground. 4 guys who, again, will not identify themselves, are going to break your arms and bring you to the ground. And when we find out that you're a father of 3 and all 3 of your sons have served in the Marines, we still don't think there, right? I think that's awful. It's absolutely awful. It's disgraceful. It's totally unethical. And this is not the country. I'm amazed. I would be amazed if it weren't that true that 50% of Americans want to live in a country that treats people that way, whatever their immigration status. I mean, it's just not right. And yet, there's no question we could close the border without doing that, right? I mean, the thing is, if you close the border, and really you have control over who's coming into the country, that's the first piece. If you accomplish that, you then don't have to make the experience being inside the border terrifying, so as to send a message to the rest of the world not to come, right? You don't have to lock people, separate people from their kids, or lock people in cages, or disappear people with foreign gulags, or any of that stuff, because you close the border. Right? So this is why Tom Homan's argument that you have to send a message by speaking to people, otherwise people are going to keep coming. It doesn't matter if you close the border. Right? You close the border. Right? anyone could have done that without mistreating people inside our country. Then it's a separate question. What do you want to do inside this country? In a city like Los Angeles, I mean, we've got vast amount of productive work being accomplished right now by people we know are here illegally. Most of the people who are in this town illegally are doing work we deem necessary, and most Americans don't want to do it. Right now, what should we do with that? I think we should. Again, this is not. I'm sure there are corner conditions that we might want to debate, but generally speaking, if someone's been here for years, and again, the details here matter. A lot of these people have kids who are citizens, right? So we're talking about those people who have been here for years, have an illegal immigration status, but they've got kids, young kids, or American citizens. And still, these people are at risk of being deported. In 90% of those cases, I'm just guessing, maybe it's 99.9% of those cases, you've got people who are here doing productive work that we want done with whole industries predicated on that work being done, agriculture, the service industry, the restaurants, etc. Americans are not lining up. We've got 4% unemployment. The 4% who are unemployed are not lining up to do those jobs, to be landscapers and dishwashers, etc. There should be some rational process of keeping these people here and keep getting their immigration status sorted out, right? So call that amnesty, whatever you want to call it. But by all means, if somebody's here who's got 4 DUIs and was in prison for raping somebody, etc., get that person out immediately. I'm sure there's zero controversy around whether or not to deport criminals who are here illegally. None of this has to be inflammatory and divisive. The thing is, Stephen Miller and Donald Trump clearly want this to be inflammatory and divisive. There's a political advantage, or at least they perceive a political advantage in making it so, right? And what I do think they want is have wanted are protests against this that get out of hand, where they can point to a city like Los Angeles and say, look at these blue-haired maniacs who have been raised to believe that there should be open borders. They're throwing chunks of concrete at the cops. We have to use a heavy hand to respond. And I mean, so those demonstrations got out of hand slightly. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, but yeah, I mean, I think fears that Trump is looking for an excuse to invoke the Insurrection Act are rational, right? Because he's just the sort of guy to do it. But it's not, and that will be. There's several bright lines, but that will certainly be one bright line where we will have lost something, and it could be very hard to get it back.
Let me introduce you to the people I work with to protect my family against financial instability, inflation, and turmoil. For me, one of the best ways to safeguard your wealth is by investing in gold, and that's why I trust the Pure Gold Company. Here's a smart tip. If you buy UK minted gold coins like sovereigns, you won't pay VAT when you buy them or capital gains tax when you sell. All the profit is yours to keep. And the best part, gold is a completely private investment. It's outside the banking system, so it can't be manipulated by governments or anyone else. Unlike digital assets, it's yours in a true sense. The Pure Gold Company is trusted by first-time investors and seasoned professionals alike. What I really appreciate about them is a knowledgeable, pressure-free approach. They explain everything clearly, so you feel confident about your decisions, and they never push you to buy. Physical gold has stood the test of time as a store of value, and it offers peace of mind that other assets can't match. It's reassuring to know that even if the banking system falters, your gold and its value remains safe. Whether you're looking to diversify your investments, protect your savings, or just gain the security of owning a real physical asset, we highly recommend the Pure Gold Company. Click the link in the description or go to purecashgold.co/trigger to get your free copy of the investor guide. That's purecashgold.co/trigger. Take control of your financial future today. Sorry, I know this has gone on for a long time. It's just me talking, but the one thing, look, I'm not American, France is not American, we love this country, we have so many great American friends. The one thing that does really give me pause is this conversation that I don't understand about the third term. Steve Bannon was pushing this idea a long time ago, and as we sat down to record this, President Trump was asked about this. He sort of gave a bit of a non-answer. He did say he wouldn't run the vice president, sort of Russian Putin method of switch or way back when. But that to me is the one bit of
The one out of 1,000 things that caught your attention? I mean, like the fact that he's even after January 6th, the fact that we're even having this conversation is
was that. I'm trying to make my point in a way that is easier to access for people who may not agree with it. Okay, I'm trying to take some of the edge off.
You know your audience.
I know.
I'll take all the help I can get.
Well, what I'm saying is, all of these other things, for example, take the corruption stuff, right? A lot of people are just going to go, I don't give a shit. I care about sort of the hostages, he's dealing with immigration. Sam Harris doesn't like the way he's dealing with it, but at least he's dealing with it in some way. He's got neighbors to pay their way. I can give you other examples, right? Repatriate manufacturing back to the US, whatever. But the one bit that I think a reasonable person, including us today, would have to look at and be worried about is
why, if he's right back to the job, why would we want the third term?
Because you have a constitution.
Yeah, right.
And an unwillingness to follow the constitution is an indicator of some serious problems.
New chicken tenders, crispy, juicy, tender, tendies. Ooh, that's what tendies. And they're so good, maybe we should change our house. With tendies, you're gonna know my name, but you want it. From Smart IPL, and I've had 2 years free from hair and hair removal.
They waited all year for this. Black Friday is here. Walk day or night with 100 off a Civic weekend or 30% off an SPL drum set. Hurry, this deal won't last long. This is our biggest sale of the year. Head to Guitar Center now.
And like most rich people view the tax code, we're just looking for a loophole. If there's a loophole, then why not use it, right? And some constitutional scholars think there's several significant loopholes in the Constitution that could allow for tyranny, that are the framers didn't anticipate. Or in some cases, they did anticipate, and they basically just said that there's no perfect way to deal with a sufficiently unethical president, right? But one could argue that they didn't anticipate anything like Trump and the full capture of the Republican Party, like a personality. But what they could have done is that their separation of powers is broken down because Congress doesn't care to be its own power anymore, because the Republicans are just wanting to ratify whatever lies and expressions the executive branch throws up. So, Congress has been neutered. Right? Congress owns tariff policy. Congress should be setting the tariff. These tariffs might, I'm not a lawyer, but it remains to be seen. I'm not finding cases from the courts.
Schnitzel.
Much of what Trump has done already might be ruled illegal. But Congress is sitting on its hands for patently political reasons. Every Republican who has any hope of maintaining a political career at this point knows that they can't cross the MAGA base. Some actually fear for their lives in crossing the MAGA base. We know that, again, when we look at the people who said they would have impeached Trump after January 6th and didn't because they were afraid for their lives. And that's already a lurch toward tyranny in this country. And that is an unraveling of democratic norms that we can't afford to let unravel. And the Constitution is no complete bulwark against any of that. We know that. But the greatest lesson we've learned from now two experiments with Trumpism many, many places where you thought we were shored up against chaos and the unraveling of democracy by law, we really weren't. It was just everyone before Trump had the decency not to do that thing because it would look so terrible. But no one thought that we could. I mean, we got an emoluments clause, but it turns out that whatever Trump does, Trump can't be prosecuted for any crime while president. He can just launch a Bitcoin into
Schnitzel. Hello.
Ether and
Hello.
literally earn billions of dollars over months. And I mean, I just don't really remember a time when it was being debated whether or not members of Congress could go to function, whether they had to declare the price of the food they were being served if it was a seated meal. And it was like it was past hors d'oeuvres, the past, but a seated meal was an emolument that invited real scrutiny around corruption and undue influence on our legislators, by pharmaceutical companies or whoever. Transact business directly with the Trump guy from any place on earth.
Come back to my question.
Yeah.
My question is, are you concerned that President Trump will not elect him?
Ironically, I'm less concerned about that than anything I've talked about. The truth is, I'm not. If you listen to everything I've said, believe me, none of it is hypothetical. I'm complaining about stuff that's already happened. I'm complaining about the brand damage that's already been done.
That's true, but I'm asking you a different question.
I think the chance that he's going to run for a third term effectively, that we will actually be faced with this eventuality is very, very low. And I'm not, again, there are people who are better informed of the mechanics of all this, and unfortunately one of those people is Steve Bannon. So, yeah, I'm not saying I know something that Steve Bannon doesn't know about how all this works. I don't. But I just have to think that our system has maintained enough guardrails in the basics of federalism. The fact that it's all has to be run at the state level, the elections at the state level. I have to think that we are going to be sufficiently allergic to that it's not going to happen.
Moving forward, the trolley club assessment is obviously something that's in all of our minds, family shopping. You made some very interesting comments criticizing the rights and the rights response to the trolley club assessment. So why don't we just go through it? You say what you thought and then.
Sure. Well, I was just starting my tour. Actually, I think I was doing my first event the day he was assassinated. So I had, like many people, many people in our orbit who were doing live events, and I think Ben Shapiro was in some situation where, like the world stopped and Live Nation got on the phone with everyone who they were working with. They said, listen, if you don't want to go out on stage,
You hungry?
just let us know.
You hungry?
But it's just, I said a few things about it, at those live events that I was doing that week. I think it was terrible. It was terrible on every level. It was terrible. Just a murder of a young father, was terrible. His family was there. I mean, it was just awful. Additionally terrible because political assassination
Tsunamis?
Genuinely dangerous because we are so combustible as a society. And the fact that we're this combustible,
Hungry?
the onus goes
Want some?
both sides, but I would put most of the onus, and will not surprise you, on the president. It's called, right? And
I'm gonna do it into
response to the assassination was highly asymmetrical
really quick.
in ways that don't make Trumpism.
Really quick, really quick. It's really quick. Shit, so it's really quick.
Right and center were watching those awful videos of DNC maniacs celebrating first murder.
Really quick.
And obviously all those
Really
people
quick, Schnitz.
are
It's okay, it's okay.
dangerous morons on some level, and many of them are obviously mentally ill.
You're gonna have it really quick.
Not the maybe the crop of the world intelligentsia. The sheer number of facial piercings you saw in those videos to told you something.
Sorry, buddy.
What you did
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna do this really quick, okay? Just really quick.
Big platforms, the prominent media figures, or they nothing political figures like Obama on down. Say anything but this historical. Never let come to this in their politics. There's no party left or center, real party for political assassination. And yet, right of center, very prominent people, from the president and Elon on down. The first shot fired in the Civil War. Totally irresponsible, totally dishonest. I mean, these people were arsonists pretending to be firefighters. And Elon jumped on X within minutes before Kirk was declared dead. Certainly before his killer was caught, and said the left is a party of murder. Right? And I think some hours later he said, if they won't leave us in peace, there's nothing to do but fight or die.
Let's see. I'm gonna go wash my hands.
25 million people. So to have the richest guy in the world,
Excuse me. Excuse me.
politically important social media platform in the world, say this sort of thing. It's just it's beyond reckless. It's just sociopathic. He is just pointing masses into a landscape that has been just soaked in gasoline. And the soaking has been done mostly by Trump and Trumpism and just what the grifters, right center, like Candace Owens.
I know. We just have to have it. It's just the medicine, buddy.
I know you have your differences with those guys, and perhaps we get into it. But
Just gonna do this really quick, buddy. Really quick, really quick.
Right center. I think it would be good to talk about all that. I think it's more faster than you guys think it is. There are more casualties. But this is a highly asymmetric moment of political hysteria, right? So left of center, you had genuine lunatics who represent no one celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk.
At a time when truth feels under siege, sometimes the best way to get this message is to go back to the source. Milton's Paradise Lost isn't just a poem. It's a tool from the depths of hell to the heights of heaven. Hillsdale College's
I'm sorry.
Paradise Lost, from hell to heaven, explores why the fall happened and what it tells us about human nature. Access the whole course at Hillsdale.
You gotta do it, Shaz. You gotta have this, buddy. Hold on one sec.
Teaches the 9 40-minute lectures that examine love, sin, grace, and eternal providence. You'll see how Milton contrasts Satan's lies with God's truth, and why there's hope.
I know.
From other Hillsdale's courses time and again, and for good reason. They're beautifully produced, deeply thought and absolutely free. You can work through this course at your own pace, even under certificate. If you want to understand the limits of our human perspective, true liberty comes from obedience to God. This is a series to watch. Go to hillsdale.edu/trigger to enroll for free. That's hillsdale.edu/trigger and discover how Milton's masterpiece can help you see our world more clearly. But let's just pause that there. Isn't there an argument to be made, Sam, that the rhetoric of the left, calling everyone fascists, when quite fatally annihilates? You can have your criticism about Charlie. But let's be honest, he was a right-wing conservative. He's not a fascist, he's not an Nazi. Yet that accusation has been made time and time again, not only against Kirk, but also people of that particular branch of politics. Doesn't that incentivize these type of murders, these type of violence, this type of violence?
It's more complicated than that. So Trump is not Hitler. I've never said he was. We're not living in Weimar Germany now in America. But he is a genuine wannabe authoritarian, doing many authoritarian things and damaging our democracy with both hands. answer yet. So, I don't know, and we're just talking, you're now asking me what about the prospect of him running for a third term in just overt defiance of the 22nd Amendment. It's not, that's the wrong term, right? It just got too much, specific, historically specific baggage attached to it. But authoritarian is the right term. And tyrant is the right term. And he's not, the truth is, he's not effective enough, he's not ideological enough, he doesn't care about enough big things to worry me that much. But if you worry enough, this is the point I've made to the consternation and confusion of many audiences. But the irony is, if you were a better person, you'd be a more dangerous person. But if you were a smarter person, a more committed person, I mean, you could possibly commit something beyond himself, right? And, you know, he'd be more dangerous, right?
Schnitzel's right here,
Less distractible, etc. So I don't view him as a Hitler figure, but I do. Well, everyone who's calling him an authoritarian would sound a lot like Catholics. And you know, you turn up the dial on authoritarianism. There's no important difference between what you're talking about and Catholic. And you're just talking about the clothing and whether the Catholic Church was ever interested in it, etc. So he's not as bad as Putin, right? But if we give him a chance to have as much power as he wants, where does he stop? Right? It certainly doesn't. He would run for a third term. If we discovered that the 22nd Amendment just didn't apply, and that this is, you know, it's an open fairway between him and the Green, of course he's going to run for a third term. Right? He doesn't care about the spirit of the Constitution, where it's clearly meant that he should not. It's something you can't be elected twice. You can't be president twice.
So I take your point about Trump. So
Good
let's go
boy.
back because they don't really say.
Okay,
about
I
Trump.
didn't answer your question.
Do you like those treats? Sorry, you have to. I'm sorry. Good, buddy.
Terms are inflammatory and imprecise, but it's much grayer area than you make it have to be. And many people would say that what I've just said in the hours so far about Trump is very, irresponsibility of condemning him to the point where, okay, any sane person says, okay, we have a political emergency, and anything in resistance to it, right? Certainly, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying we have a political emergency, right? And we need our institutions to function to contain the damage.
But do you not think that it's really important when you criticize your political enemies?
It's important to be honest.
It's also important to be accurate. In the same way that you can think somebody's a terrible person and their politics are awful, it doesn't make them a leader properly.
Yeah.
And this kind of escalatory language, I personally think is highly dangerous. I mean, live in a country like America where you have access to guns and there's so many people with mental illnesses.
But nobody uses more inflammatory language less responsibly than Trump and his enablers, right? And so again, Elon jumped on X and basically said, our political opponents are murdered. The left is the party of murder. There's no party of murder in America, right? Trump in his address to the nation immediately after Kurt's death effectively said in so many words, not just that these Gen Z maniacs on TikTok were responsible for his death. He effectively said that his mainstream political opponents were culpable for murder, right? Which is just not true. Again, everyone from Obama on down said this is horrible, right? We have to pull back from the brink here. This is not acceptable on any level. And then you have people bending over backwards saying want actual politics. Ezra Klein jumps on it's an opinion column at the New York Times says that Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way, but when he got no interest, left the center. Everyone was being sensitive. Everyone with any real platform was being sensitive. When we had right of center, was just with the important exception of Kirk's wife during her eulogy, right, who struck a very different note. Stephen Miller's eulogy was madness. It was fascistic madness. I mean, this is right. I mean, like, Stephen Miller is a character, apart from the fact that he's Jewish, is a character right out of Weimar, right? I mean, he's a lunatic in how he messages into this combustible environment. And you remember, you watched the speech? I didn't watch it. Okay, you should watch the speech. It was the most insanely vituperative, just expressive of pure hatred for everyone left of center. Because you people are nothing. We will destroy you. You have awakened a dragon. You have no idea what you. And the not so much from him, but from other people on the dais that day, there was this volcanic expression of Christian nationalism. It's pure moral confusion and political hysteria from my point of view. It was their George Floyd moment, again, yes, without the riots. It's a superficial deal. Hold on. It's a big deal, but it's not, it is a bigger deal that the President of the United States come before the country and say, basically, half of mainstream America is a terrorist organization. And those are not his words. That was the subtext of everything he said in that address to the nation. It was completely of a piece with Elon's tweets, right?
The George Floyd thing, I think you're going way too far, and here's why.
There's no daylight between us about the George Floyd riots.
I know.
It was viewed in precisely the same way. I just viewed Trump with
Hold on. What I'm saying is something else. We agree that burning down cities and taking over districts in America and burning police stations and killing a lot of black people and these moronic chants of defund the police, which led to more black people being killed in their communities and other cities. All of that's crazy, right, and wrong. But what I noticed, I'm just telling you what I noticed, right, is when Charlie Kirk was murdered in this way, which I thought was horrific, and I think that you know, as far as I can tell, that it was politically motivated. And I would argue, you may disagree, but for me, the word Nazi and fascist has a very unique dimension to it, which is we have been trained as a culture to view these people as a specific threat to the democratic order, to minorities. When we think of a Nazi, we think of someone who's going to take over the country, destroy democracy, and murder millions of people. Yeah, that's what a Nazi is. So what happened was,
I do think there.
Let me finish my point. What happened was a lot of people on the right, and even people like you, and even people like us, who are not even on the right, have been called those terms by some people. In your case, for being critical of Islam, in our case, for questioning right? In my view, that is pushing the target people back. But the other point is, when Charlie Kirk was murdered, it was horrific for anyone really watching it and what happened. Did you worry for 1 second that there's going to be streets burning in America? Did you worry that police stations are going to be burning down? Did you worry about it? Because I didn't.
No, but the reason why it's unfair, it's a valid point, but it doesn't change. It's on a piece with a point that many people made during the election, right? When businesses in Beverly Hills were boarding up their windows, right? The anticipation of political chaos out of it, should the election go one way or the other, many people right of center pointed out, okay, the people are boarding up those windows not because they think Trumpists are going to start looting Williams-Sonoma, should Trump lose, right? But there was just one side that was being worried about in those moments. And it was indecent on some level not to notice that, right? Same point. It just, so that, yes, so it is true that the left, and especially the black community, express itself in that way when the happiness gets dialed up to 11. What I worry about on the right is a much greater concern ultimately, and it's hardcore political violence, like Timothy McVeigh style, truck bomb violence, and real militias, really committed and trained people who have been training for years, some of whom are Nazis, right? They're not German Nazis, but they're neo-Nazis. There's much more of that on the right. If you look at just the fringe gun culture, and again, this all predates this moment. We had this conversation 10 years ago. There's much more, the powder keg of real political violence and civil unrest in this country that is consequential. It's not just looting and burning, but it's your AR-15s that you've been polishing for years and training on for years, and you've got 10,000 rounds of ammunition already stored for this purpose. Those people are right. Right? And that is not saying that you actually go back to and that's what the 1990s. There are other. That's just a big one. There are other examples of, even just in this recent cycle. And this is the thing that was so dishonest about Trump's address to the nation. He talked about political violence and political assassination as though it was well established that it was only a left-wing thing. But even with Burke's assassination, it still, in recent memory, has been more of a right-wing thing. There's simply more incidents of right-wing political violence, including assassination or attempted assassination. And then there's an ambiguous one, which frankly a crazy person who's not ideological and represents nobody. But no, like the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer was a punchline right of center. They literally, Trump himself used it as a punchline. Elon himself has used it as a punchline. Trump himself has used it as a punchline. It's literally been a laugh line for all three of them. This guy was almost killed with a hammer by a guy who was somewhat ideological, also probably was racist, but certainly right of center, who was planning to torture Nancy Pelosi. Right? This was not funny. And again, that level of callousness and recklessness and cruelty that you're worried about in using a term like Nazi exterminators, someone is going to fire over that on the right. Right? Yes, there are people on the left who are dangerous idiots, be the first to think, but it is different when it's coming from the Oval Office. It's different when it's coming from people. It's like for every one of those people who, dancing maniacs who made a video celebrating first death, there's an equivalent lunatic on the right who's much closer to power. Right? There's like people who've got like Laura Loomer's phone number in their phone are crazy and dangerous. Right? Like this is not. There's a fever swamp as you move right of center. We'll talk about Tucker and Candace and Nick Fuentes, but as you begin to move rightward and toward the weird, right, and you get into QAnon and you start having all the anti-Semites and conspiracy theorists, it gets very, very weird, very, very dark, and very, very well armed in a way that isn't mirrored on the left. And that's an important difference. I'm not worried about, yes, who's going to tell me that Louis Vuitton is being looted in Beverly Hills. I'm pretty sure I know who's doing it. I'm not as worried about that.
If you're a trigonometry fan, you probably think this will take you things at face value. So why trust a mobile carrier that makes billions selling your data behind your back? That answer is a premium mobile carrier built from the ground up to protect your privacy. Unlike the big providers, they doesn't ask for your name, address, and social security number when you sign up. They delete call metadata after 60 days instead of storing it for years. and they never ever sell your data because they don't collect it in the first place. Tape also goes further than any normal carrier. It protects you from SIM swaps, voicemail hacks, and signal attacks. With a unique system, your account is locked by a 24-word recovery phrase, just like a crypto wallet, meaning only you can access or transfer your number. Not hackers, not scammers, not even tech. This is why tape has already been vetted.
Beautiful and inspiring. And some of it was just a patent explosion of Christian nationalism and, the feel the theocracy, right? And again, it kind of, Elon's tweet was all this in crystal form. Like, to say that the left is the party of murder, right, which is going to be interpreted as not just the fringe of the fringe of the fringe, in some trans cult somewhere who happen to have guns. No, the left is synonymous in that statement with effectively the Democratic Party. Right? The mainstream political opponents of Trump. It's totally irresponsible, right? And that's a level of demonization. I mean, we have to. To take this from the highest level, this comment is true now and it'll be true 50 years from now. What we have to surmount here to live sanely are two things: tribalism and dogmatism. Tribalism and dogmatism are the generic software flaws in our politics, in our culture, in our personal psychology, social psychology, that make solving all of these collective problems impossible. And it just the antithesis of both of those things is intellectual honesty. And one of the reasons why I criticize religion so much is that religion is the only area of culture where tribalism and dogmatism get this new gloss, and they seem like virtues. They can be made to pass as virtues, moral virtues, moral necessities, intellectual virtues. We call it dogmatism of religion. Faith, right? When you don't have good reasons for what you believe, and you're immune to the good reasons of others that are countering your beliefs, and there's certain conversations you refuse to have because you've got these cherished beliefs you want to guard from all streams of evidence or argument. Right? We call that faith. But no, that's just dogmatism. And in fact, the word dogmatism is actually Catholic term, so Latin term. Dogma is a good word in Catholicism, right? It's not pejorative. But in the political space, tribalism, what's wrong with identity politics? What's wrong with the woke mob and cancel culture and all the blasphemy tests left of center and all that? It is the tribalism and dogmatism of all of that. And insofar as it's reared on the right, it's the same problem. It's just different, verse.
Well, look, I'm glad actually that we're talking about the right, because one of the things that we've been talking about on the show more and more is seeing the right and who have always marketed themselves as a party of short stay facts and all the hack term. And then you look at the way some of them are dying, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of facts and even less law.
Right. So how are you guys dealing with that? You have
Experience the wonder. Happy holidays, visit your local hardware store or shop online.
You're overwhelmed and no one completely gets you. Maybe for a moment, but community can form in different ways. Connection doesn't have to be perfect. Many types of connections can help you feel better when you're alone. Check out bigspacetotalls.org/LGBTQ.
What if more? So
Right.
And everyone who has worked right is really happy that I've come up with it. They like it, they love it, they're so great.
Well, they think it's a speech is really, you're joking, or they think
I'm being sarcastic.
okay, so I thought you were saying that.
But see, I get the sense from the way you ask the question that you are the people who think we are on the right.
No, I've been tracking how you've been navigating this, but I think it's just important to acknowledge to your audience that there's something to navigate here. I think you and I have a different relationship to this ecosystem, so it's a different challenge. But
you know, the way we think about it is very simple. It's that I always forget his full title, Lord, the former Foreign Secretary, the British Foreign Secretary. Lord Palmerston?
Oh, yeah, Lord Palmerston.
Lord Palmerston. He said, "We have no permanent alliance, we have permanent interest, and it's for them that we have allegiance." And that's we're coming at it from the perspective of what is true.
But what about friendships? Actual friendships.
I'm capable of being friends with you when I disagree. I disagree with what you said on our podcast. I consider you.
Well, what is that? I don't want to relitigate all that, perhaps, but what did you disagree with?
Oh, let's not. We've done that whole 45 minutes on it.
But I don't think I've heard your disagreement in part.
Yeah, I can't be bothered.
Okay.
Yeah, there's something happening. What I'm saying is, there are, of course, exceptions to this, but I'm capable of being friends with you. I'm now friends with the people who are going on right now.
Right.
Because I always knew that they were going to be friends, and I never made friends with them in the first place.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I just think the crater that we're talking about is bigger than I think you think it is, and some of your friends are in it.
Tell me more.
So, I mean, Rogan is implicated in all of this in a way that and Rogan, I've considered Rogan a friend for years. But we're sort of out of touch now, and I think there's probably a reason for that. But specifically, he has not answered my text. I tried to give him some, knowing that I was going to have to comment publicly about some of the interviews he's done and how irresponsible he's been with his platform. I reached out to him by text, and he hadn't responded to those texts. So perhaps my text got lost in the mail, but usually he's pretty good on his text. So, and I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm conflicted around the ethics of all of this. I feel terrible talking about Joe, and yet he's got the biggest platform on planet Earth, or nearly so, and I think he's done an immense amount of harm to our national conversation, our political conversation. So, I couldn't have done what you guys did just on this podcast. I watched that. I couldn't have had the conversation you had with him there because I would have had to have said this. And presumably he wouldn't have liked it, and there's a lot to talk about. I thought the interview he had with Trump was incredibly consequential and incredibly irresponsible. Right? He didn't ask a single difficult question of Trump and just helped midwife his lies, and among which was the 2020 election stolen lie. Right? That's a shattering lie for a former president to have told in our society, and have half the society believe it. It's a perpetual invitation to violence. It gave us the violence of January 6th. It could have been a lot worse, etc. If you have the biggest platform on earth, you can't just have the kind of conversation that Joe had with Trump, and then open the door to everyone else to have their version of that irresponsible conversation. So many people think that this was the 2024 was the podcast election. I agree it was a podcast election, but what it was many people following Joe's lead would be completely irresponsible with how they use their platform. And to be specific there, I'm not saying you shouldn't talk to certain people. Joe can talk to anyone he wants to, right? I think there are certain people you probably shouldn't talk to, but there are certain people that if you're going to talk to them, given that you have a big platform, literally tens of millions of people in Facebook, you have a responsibility to do more than just establish good vibes with them and make them seem normal, especially if they're not normal, especially if they're trafficking in lies and half-truths that are going to delude a significant percentage of your audience, and then they're deluding you as the host because you haven't done your homework. And so, this conversation with Daryl Cooper, completely irresponsible. Right? We're living in an age of Daryl Cooper is a fake historian who's trafficking in David Irving's lies about the Holocaust. Right? He bounces from Tucker's podcast to Joe's podcast. On those two podcasts alone, he gets a larger audience, perhaps than any real historian ever has had in the history of history. Right? I mean, it has to be over 50 million people who saw those two interviews combined. Between Joe and Tucker,
You've got to separate Tucker from Joe.
it's not a completely different conversation. In fact, you could argue that Joe's was worse because Joe's happened after Tucker. There was a mess to clean up, which Joe, rather than clean up that mess, he basically, with his imprimatur as the host who knew everything about Daryl Cooper, who'd done all the homework, had listened to 30 hours of Cooper's podcast on the matter, he could sign a blank check morally, assuring his audience that Cooper's a good guy, not an anti-Semite. All of this is good faith, and that the thing he just had said on Tucker, there's nothing wrong with it. It's all just a tempest in a teapot, and people are lying, besmirching him, and it's just libtard hysterics who are having a bad reaction to the truth getting out on somebody. And he's done it with RFK Jr., he's done it with all kinds of maniacs, right? I mean, these are people who are, in many cases, liars. Some of them are probably mentally ill, right? Some of them just have character defects where they just love to touch it, find me a third rail and I'm going to touch it. No matter how combustible our society is, no matter how little I know, I'm just going to keep touching the button to see what goes off. Dave Smith, again, Dave Smith is not a morally sane voice about the Warren Johnson. Right? And he is the person he is because of what Joe has made him. Right? And that debate with Douglas, I commented with Douglas about what I thought went wrong there. But all of this has created immense harm in our culture. Right? We're all in the business of building culture. Culture is the operating system of our society. Right? Like everything we care about is a matter of culture working better and better or worse and worse. Right? Like, whether we can solve any of the collective action problems we need to solve, whether our species survives is entirely a story, apart from an asteroid impact, it's entirely a story of whether we can sort our culture out enough so as not to annihilate ourselves. And you literally have people doubting whether the Holocaust was even a thing in the context of the greatest explosion of anti-Semitism we've seen in our lifetime. In the middle of a very clear clash between aspiring Islamist theocracy globally and the West, and Israel being the tip of the spear of all of that, massive moral confusion being spread in our society around that, quite consequentially so. And Joe is doing as much as anybody to spread that confusion, and he doesn't know it. I think Joe is a good guy. I don't think he wants to harm anybody. I would not say the same about Tucker Carlson. They're completely different types of people. But yeah, I mean, it's a disaster what has happened on Joe's podcast, politically and culturally. Yeah, he's done thousands of podcasts. Thousands of them are great, right? But his approach to this, he's taken absolutely no responsibility as a journalist or as an intellectual or as a historian or as a scientist, because he doesn't view himself as a journalist or an intellectual or historian or scientist. He's a comic. He's just shooting with people. He's just exploring his interests. And great, it's still Logan University, but he has to recognize that he's doing more than that. He's doing more than that just by virtue of having the audience that he has. But he's also doing more than that because he has this taste for conspiracy theories. He's got this taste for contrarian and anti-establishment views and the debunking of the elites, right? He's bought into that side of it. The scales are not going to balance in a truly open-minded and intellectually disinterested way. No, he's got an appetite for the false flag operation, right? Like if something, if the non-standard view can be spun at all, he wants to hear about it. And that acts like a bug light for maniacs. And then you just get these, there's an endless number of people who seem to have the right credentials, and many people who don't obviously have the right credentials, like Dave Smith, but you can get an endless number of people with PhDs or MDs or whatever the requisite degree is, who are crazy, right? Or just terrible people, right? When you have a platform like Joe has, you have a responsibility to not just lay yourself open and your audience open to a fire hose of bullshit and lies.
Geometry fan, you understand the importance of free speech and privacy, and you'll also probably know the founder of Unplugged, Eric Prince, because he's been a guest on our show. Eric created the Up Fund by Unplugged to solve a huge problem. Our smartphones have become the most powerful surveillance devices ever built. Governments want backdoors. Corporations harvest your data and sell it. Both sides chip away at your freedom. The Up Fund, different. It's built from the ground up for privacy with its own operating system, no big tech backdoors, and a built-in firewall that blocks thousands of traffic every day. I have one of these because I want the peace of mind that my personal data isn't being sold as spyware. Go to unplugged.com/trigonometry and use our code trigonometry for $20 off a protected case with the archive.
Okay, and isn't that also a way that you can say, look, some of these ideas are going to be truly arbitrary, some are going to be highly controversial, which in a few years' time, you look at the cold light of day and it's like, well, it was unpleasant, but it was true.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Joe, some about COVID, for example.
But at the time, I called that correct.
Yeah, but
everybody, I mean, that was so easy to see as an instance of left-wing, politically correct overreach, right? Like calling the lab leak hypothesis racist at the time, in the very hour, the first instant of this happening, every sane person who's not indoctrinated into wokeism at that moment saw, okay.
Sam, I don't think you're remembering this correctly, with all due respect. I remember, and just tell you our perspective, people that make videos on YouTube, all right, that we were having conversations about, are we allowed to have this particular discussion about COVID or masks or vaccines or whatever? Because if you said that was the case at the time you were not allowed to say it, YouTube would literally nuke your YouTube channel, right? So when Joe pushed back on it, which I am grateful for him to do it on that, he was leading the way in challenging some of this public health norm.
Right. So yes, if you want me to say that some conspiracy theories are true, yes, suicide. Conspiracy theory, Alex Jones is going to get it right some of the time. That doesn't vindicate Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a madman who has created tremendous harm. Full stop. It doesn't matter how long the list of things is that he was right about. I mean, he is endorsing every crazy conspiracy allegation. Some are going to be, at some point, you're going to say, oh yeah, this thing that seemed totally plausible and even irresponsible to entertain. Turns out that was right. The CIA did do that.
But it's also a more prosaic level, like school closures. We had Boris Johnson, a former Prime Minister, who actually said the school closures that went on in the UK were wrong and it damaged a whole generation of children. Maybe if there'd been more people to push back on that, we could have actually dealt with it.
You can count on one hand. So the post-mortem on COVID, I guarantee you that the post-mortem on COVID that passes for truth in Joe's world is not true. Like in Joe's account, COVID was just a cold. The vaccines were dangerous, right? And they had killed a lot of people. And in Brett Weinstein's world, the vaccines killed millions of people, right? And etc. Right? So all of that's upside down. Right? Yes, there were some very clear moments where the mainstream political messaging, public health messaging, was disastrously bad and or dishonest, and that was super consequential. And there were things were kept closed for much longer than they should have been. We were not really as flexible as we should have been in just understanding this was a moving object, and with each new variant, things were changing, and that the science is catching up to the problem, and there's lots of scientific uncertainty at every stage along the way, and there are people covering their ass, and it's not a pandemic, right? But it's just whatever. Again, if you just add up the indiscretions of people covering their ass and people not knowing what they're talking about, and it being a moving target, and us doing lots of stuff for the first time is really difficult, and lots of people also dying, and there being a real risk of the healthcare system collapsing, it explains 99% of how badly we handle it. But the lessons being drawn from how badly we handle it, in many cases, are long lessons. We live in a land of hallucinations right or center around what should have been learned. Again, COVID was addressed rehearsal for something quite a bit worse that we got to address rehearsal. And I hope somebody learned actionable lessons that can be implemented in real time next time. But what I fear has happened is that as a culture, we're actually less prepared for a worse pandemic because of how badly we learn the lessons of our past.
Well, no, I agree with you, and I think there is no doubt that COVID broke a lot of brains. And by the way, I can't speak for Joe, obviously, but I suspect if you speak to him, he'll feel that you went straight to it.
100%. There's no idea. But one of us is right.
You can fuck me wrong.
Okay. I guarantee you that there is a consensus understanding around what happened during COVID. It's not in Joe's brain or the brain of most of his audience. And it's in broad strokes, yes, understanding. Yeah, it's not to say that we know down to the last person who died of COVID, but within an order of magnitude, we know what happened. And that's not what Joe was saying about COVID.
Let me make the point. This is more about life of there was, and I'll tell you about Joe specifically, a lot of people, that's why a lot of people ended up being much more conspiratorial coming out than they came in, right? Because we have this thing called stomach test, and we have this other thing called science signature, right? And we went so far over, and these two things are intentional, because if you're trying to communicate basically unverifiable scientific theories or hypotheses to the public with an average IQ who are in panic and fear, scared for their lives. They're being fed all kinds of crazy stuff in the media. You have to take the scientific truth, and you have, this is best case scenario, this is why people be corrupt without actually having funded the lab in China, all of this other stuff, right? Just in a perfect world. And you have to condense that complex scientific truth into public health messaging.
Yep.
And
which is a political process.
And that process ended up going so far over to public health. And then you add on top of all other things that happen, cover up for certain things, and we now know traditional like that. So a lot of people went, well, this thing you told me in the interest of public health was actually just you lying, right? Because it turned out not to be true.
Well, but in many of those cases, it was not just people lying.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. But if you're being bombarded with messages and told you're a terrible person for not believing them, and you then discover that those messages were actually false, but most people are going to say, I have been lied to.
Yeah.
Right? And so we've ended up in a very conspiratorial party, I think, because of what happened here. And by the way, you've got people in the hospital here, some of them are going to lose it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But part of the burden that our public health authorities couldn't effectively shoulder was that they were messaging into a polluted information landscape that was poised to be this conspiratorial and this distrustful of authority. And in large measure, independent media is culpable for that. I mean, it's the Candace Owens of the world and the Joes of the world who were calling books where things were actually told and calling books on absolutely standard science. And the people who Joe had on his podcast again and again, Brett Weinstein and all the other ivermectin cultists, that was genuinely harmful. Right? It's not that they were wrong about everything, but they were wrong about most things. And it was dangerous.
What about the vaccine? When you have people coming out going, if you take the vaccine, you're not going to be able to pass it on.
There was a moment that, okay, before we had a vaccine, Republicans and Democrats died at the same rate. Once we had a vaccine, Republicans died more than Democrats. That's bizarre. Shouldn't be that way. That's message. That's political. That's not the words of political. Yeah, that's political. That's yeah. As far as I know,
but it's still.
I believe that's just purely a matter of.
So you're saying, your claim is, just so that I understand, what you're saying is Republic, right or center people got anti-vax messaging,
Yeah.
take the vaccine, and all other things being equal died out of it.
Right.
That's what
Yeah.
Right.
And honestly, Joe was a super spreader of those ideas. And so the last I looked, and I haven't looked at these data for some months, but within the last, I did a podcast a couple months ago, and the authority who I had on at the time, Mark Lipson, I believe, signed off on these numbers. I mean, do you have these numbers? How many people in the United States do you think died from COVID? How many do you think were saved by the vaccine? How many do you think died who shouldn't have died based on vaccine that has been saved? Right.
But I don't think there's anyone like.
Well, no, there's a way of there's not a way of knowing exactly, but there's a way of knowing. You can triangulate on these numbers and based on excess deaths and reported deaths, and the epidemiology of this is not mysticism. I mean, there's a scientific understanding of how people die and how many people are likely to die in any given society in any given moment. We're not off by a factor of 10. Right? Let's say we're off by 20%, but we're not. This is not like we think X and it's really 1/10 of X. Something like 1.2 million Americans died from COVID. Right now,
From or with?
from COVID is the reason they died.
Okay.
Right? Not that they got hit by a bus and they also had COVID. bubonic plague in the 14th century, but it's also not a cold, right? Most of those people were old. Most of those people were not fit young men who didn't want to take the vaccine because they heard about the high risk of myocarditis, right? And there was all kinds of wrinkles there. It mattered, how old you were, in addition to being obese, etc. But this was a real health challenge before we got the vaccines. Now, how many people do we think died because of vaccine hesitancy? Who wouldn't have died had everyone who could have gotten the vaccine gotten the vaccine? That number is around 300,000. Right now, that's a lot of people. Again, most of those people are almost certainly old. They're not 4-year-olds. It's like 1,000 kids. Like 1,000 kids died from COVID. But 300,000 people, it used to be a lot of people. Now, like, yeah, but so what did it mean to have the world's largest podcast basically endlessly messaging against the vaccine? Bill can say he's not anti-vax, but the primary message around the COVID vaccine and COVID itself, coming from his podcast and coming from the so-called experts he had on, was that the vaccines are dangerous. Vaccines, again, Brett Weinstein told us that the vaccine is likely to kill something like 17 million. I saw a credible estimate of something. That's low rate from this technology. So 17 million deaths from fact. Well, when you scale up to billions, it's not hard to reach a number like that with the technology is dangerous. Zero evidence anything like that happened. That is a complete hallucination. So it was a problem that some of the biggest podcasts in the world, it's not just Joe, but Joe's certainly among the biggest, had an appetite for this contrary take on everything, such that let's just stick a mic in front of RFK Jr. and he might be president. RFK, tell us what you think, right? He is a confabulation machine, right? It's not. Some of it's lying, some of it's delusion, some of it's I don't know what is wrong with the person. But
I get your point, Sam. I think you make it like look. In terms of, let me tell you what we said on trigonometry about it's relevant to the point I'm going to make. I said specifically, I don't remember. If I were elderly or overweight, I'd definitely take it. And given that I've had COVID twice, I probably have a lot of medical needs as well. And I kind of left it there. And it's ultimately up to you to speak to your doctor. The most important thing is that you take professional advice. That's what we always say.
right, and if you've got comorbidity.
Yeah. But if I were 75 years old and morbidly obese, I'd be taken away. That's what we said. Right?
I mean, just to give you a point of reference. Yeah.
Probably seen a million ads for hair growth products and thought, yeah, sure, like that actually works. But I'm a professional skeptic. But Nutrafol, buddy, Corey Taylor here.
say you got what? How old are you? Almost 13. Get this guitar. You say you got what? How old are you? He taught me. How did you start? With a pit, flat pit? Yeah. And learning the chords? Well, my father taught me, when I said I really want to learn to play these songs, Earth Angels, he taught me. He said, so he taught me those chords, and they fit, oh, 90% of the songs that I first heard. Finger picking now. How would you use it? This is what finger picking is, and it's called Travis picking. It's named after Merle Travis, who's the great country guy. And it goes like this. Now what's going on is with this kind of picking is the thumb is always moving like this. And then the other fingers go. So if you take that and go into some records, you get train ride, 16 cozy one. So there's that, but there's also stories of the told. There's one such a publishing. So that's how I first learned how to use finger, which I then at that time I was using finger picks, thumb pick and finger picks. Now I only use my nails, but I put in a drill on the nail so they go really hard. So if I want to play, I'm not going to pick my nails. When did you become a guitar player? I only start playing guitar. You never come to that what you can learn from it. You still not like you get up. I don't know what your day is like. You get up and like you want to play guitar today. It's akin to that feeling. If I don't play, I'm uncomfortable. Really, even to this day, like I mean, every day I play. Every day, it's not like I play every day and I practice. I'm not practicing. I'm just fooling around with. Fooling around with stuff. The rest stuff I just fooling around with stuff like. It's all been back. Yeah, drumming. Drumming. You have to do drumming. What are we gonna do? Well, I just think that some of your drum patterns, like this ticket song. I was listening to the radio. I think I mentioned before on Ticket to Ride came on the radio. The drum pattern, I immediately know. Everyone dreams of such the perfect holiday company.
My body exploded in sweat.
How does it go? Hang on a minute. It's a bit like. Well, there's one very
Pretty close.
there's one very interesting thing, which the second down beat.
Yeah.
And I think it's because of the show.
I play with my shoulders, you know, like.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, even then.
That second down beat is slightly late.
Yeah.
Whenever I've played it from a player with that track, they never seem to get that lateness that it's to do with the swing.
It is to do with the swing, or as we keep mentioning,
Let's jump in another one. Here's another one that is the correct one, which I'm very, I don't think I've ever found John play this one right. And you can probably explain why. Because it's a very
when you tell me what it is, I might be.
all right, I'm going to play it. Such a, you recognize it.
Thank you for hit that. That's been so long. And the interesting thing with this pattern is that it's actually the base that opens up some, yeah. And, you know, John's word. You know, that's the intro. It's not like a real person. Yeah. And so we're sitting around and it's just like playing with what he was saying and what the bass line was doing. And, you know, trying to find sort of an interesting feature. So besides this part that comes in several times, the rest of it is just like chords, you know what I mean? Real easy. But why we got to this is because you see, I'm left-handed and I'm playing a right-handed kid. If there's any drummers in it, you see, they usually go, you know, they go round the drum this way. Well, I can't do that. I can't go. I have to get hand down. So that's why everyone goes, oh, geez, what always do is try to play backwards. Until it goes, so it comes down this way. And all my films, which, you know, they don't go in fast. There's always a break because I have to get this hand ready.
And when he ate, I gave him the antibiotics. You saw him; he's on the feed now again. Yeah. You can hear me fine on the phone. You can hear me fine on the phone. Oh, well, hold on, let me plug the headphones in. Hold on. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. What'd you say? I got the heat pad under there too. Yeah, but he's good. He had antibiotics. He ate another half can right now. Yeah. I took the food away because I had to work with that overfeeding thing. Like I literally, he was still trying to get it. He got mad and took it away. and he had all that and 2 treats after giving antibiotics. Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. Both treats after the antibiotics. Well, yeah, that's if he hadn't made like the full progress. Yeah. Yeah, and it's continuous day after day now. Yeah. Yeah, like he was right now. Yeah, something like today he did that, and he was like right now he's actually cleaning himself like everywhere right now. Yeah, and like scratching himself. Yeah, I know. It's like crazy. It's so satisfying seeing him get better. Honestly. Right, and you see now, you can see right now on the thing. Are you at live? He's like curled up. If you click that live button, it just automatically goes. Yeah. The little thing, if it's not red, you're not live. You just click on it. Do my hand in front of the. Yeah, there's a slight delay. I just did it. Okay. Yeah, he's so fat. Oh, in the thing, yeah. Yeah, I know. He's so cute. Yeah. Did you see that? Did you see the video earlier when he was laying with Kirby? That's insane. Yeah. Yeah. Right? And I did not like call him or anything. That was cool. I was like calling you on the phone. I wasn't even looking that way. Yeah. Yeah, and he sniffed him for a second too. I took a picture of the exact moment. That was funny. Did you see that? Did you see the picture though? Oh, it's hilarious. It's the exact moment, like they're looking at each other. And but like right before that, like an hour before that, I had like brought Schnitzel like right next to Kirby and like showed him, and Schnitzel was trying to climb up to him, and he kind of growled when he got near his face. And then I put him over there, and he randomly by himself just jumped up next to him. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I think it's gonna be fine. But Schnitzel might actually be able to be like a friend to him. You know what I mean? Like this might actually be really good for Kirby too. Seriously, this might actually be like make it way better. Because like he might like socialize them kind of. Really, seriously. Because honestly, if Kirby has like a friend, like it'll make any less hostile. But she's like happy if she's still spoiled, you know. Who knows? Maybe the little baby kid will like make her be a little nice. He's so fat though. He was trying to eat so much food. And you gave him some canned food, right? Did you? Oh, I thought you did. Oh, he had 2 treats in the morning, remember? Treats. He ate okay. Sorry about